Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Help. the second story window of the AGR building. You see that window it goes out from the sash and swings out to the right. There's an aerial photo right after Brooks was killed, where Brooks' body's on the roof, and that window was open. Was it from this vantage point that those ESU officers spotted Brooks?
All right. Well, good morning, El Dorado County. It is a glorious day this Tuesday, July 23rd, 2024. And it is my pleasure to bring to order this regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. To all of you that are in the room today, welcome. We're glad you're with us. And those of you that are joining us online, thank you for being with us. So let's get this started right with Pastor Craig Klatt of Camino Church. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you again for being with us. We appreciate your dedication to
I'm just,
helping us get started.
I got things that I can do, but this always will fit in. So
Thank you.
anyway, my word for the day is courage.
Mm.
It's a commodity that is in high demand and a great shortage today. So we're being all called to be courageous. Throughout history, this has been a challenge because there's always situations and things going on that threaten that courageousness, of holding a position or moving forward with what we need to do. And that's, you people have the responsibility, and it's humbling to say the least, but I appreciate you all. So courageously, we will move forward. We bow our heads, Lord, to be open to your leading and guidance today. Once again, we thank you for the privilege that still remains to convene a meeting this way, invoking your presence, knowing that we don't know everything, but we know the one who does. And so in you, we rest our case. We open our hearts today that you will lead and guide and bless this body as they do the work of the county here in this place. We know that you brought us to this place for such a time as this. And we thank you for that in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you.
Lovely. Appreciate it. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
And with that, Supervisor Heidel, would you lead us in the pledge?
Certainly, yeah. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Great. We now move on to the adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. I will start to my right. Supervisor Lane, do you have any comments or changes?
I have no comments or changes.
All right, excellent. I'm going to go all the way down there. Supervisor Parlin.
Yes, Chair, I'd like to pull item 19, the community design standards.
Perfect. That was on my radar too.
Mhm.
All right, number 19. Supervisor Turnbow.
Yes, I'm gonna declare a no vote on item 2.
Okay.
And item 4, I'd like to have it continued for one more week. And then item 19, I agree with Lori, because that was one of the things that I was going to do today is pull that item too for discussion.
Item 4 continued. Okay, and 19. All right, you got that, Kim? Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to comment on was item 8. The properties that are listed, just note that there are 197 properties that are going up for this sales tax defaulted properties activity, which seems like a lot.
Mhm.
I don't know what historically we've had, but it seems like an awful lot for a relatively short period of time. So I'm just curious what's going on in the market. So,
Is your mic on, Supervisor Heidel?
No, it's
it's
not.
not.
Thank
Okay,
you.
sorry, I
Thank you.
just didn't hear you. through
yeah,
the
it
speaker.
was stuck behind and I couldn't see the light, but thank you.
Is that a question you'd like to answer?
No,
Okay.
it's just a curiosity. It just
Okay.
seems like an awful lot of properties that have defaulted in a relatively short period of time. So I'm not sure if it's a sign of the times with what's happening or not, but anyway, just curiosity.
All right, thank you for noting that, and I agree with item 19. All right, Kim, let's take public comment on the consent calendar.
Can I ask a quick question?
Absolutely.
The item number 4 to continue, is there a reason for the continuation
The reason why is because of, I like to do a little bit more research.
on?
There's some concerns with the people that are doing the audit. So I just want to look into it a little bit deeper. That's all.
Actually, I'm going to piggyback. Have you worked with staff on that, Supervisor
No, I
Turnbull?
have not.
Okay.
No. I mean, I'm just back. There's a lot of the stuff that, I'm trying to get caught up on because I was gone on vacation. So I
All
would
right.
have probably brought it up a lot sooner.
What we'll do is we'll take public comment on this, and then we'll bring this back to the board to see where the board wants to go on those items. So, okay, great. Let's open public comment on this.
Before we open up the public comment, Supervisor Thomas, I just would like to give a huge shout out to our IT department. We would not be live streaming right now if it wasn't for all their help yesterday afternoon and this morning, especially Scott Boss. So I just really want to thank Tanya DiGiorno, our IT director, and all of her people, because we had some major complications with what happened on Friday, and the boardroom would not be functioning the way it is right now if it wasn't for all their help. So I just wanted to say thank you to all of them.
I love that. Thank you so much for giving credit and praise where it is due. And we so appreciate, like you said, us being able to function and run our meeting today through their hard work. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Once again, this is on comment on anything that is not on that's on the consent calendar today. And if you'd like to speak up, please let us know what item you're speaking on.
Just for clarification, are you gonna have another section for non-agenda items?
Yes, that's public forum, and that comes at 1 o'clock. Yes. It's 1 o'clock is open forum for any item not on our agenda, and this is just the consent calendar. All right, seeing none, let's go online. Oh,
We're pulling item 19 for discussion, so.
Yes,
if
so
you're
that
here
will
for
come.
that-
if you're here for the design standards, that will be coming right after this because we are going to pull that. So yeah, thank you. I know it's a little confusing.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Melody Lane.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm addressing item number 1, the minutes. Specifically open forum, I had submitted an affidavit addressed to Chris Payne. And when I checked on Legistar, and almost the entire document, there were numerous items where the content had been changed or obscured. Kim Dawson did actually post a correct, clean copy of that affidavit, but I asked for an explanation as to the changes and the obfuscations in my original submission. Did that have anything to do with the IT problems you had on Friday or earlier last week? The real issue here is there needs to be some kind of accountability. What is the explanation for the changed content to the PDF document that was submitted into the public record? Although both copies do appear in the minutes, there has been no response from County Counsel Kim Dawson or the Board of Supervisors.
All right, thank you for your comment.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Let's just clear the air and offer just a brief explanation. It's just a technical glitch.
Yes, when I attached Ms. Lane's additional comments that she submitted, Adobe automatically starts to OCR. So I think we all know that when you start to OCR, it can obscure, change text, and cause some complications. I do take full responsibility. I should have reviewed the document before I posted it. After Ms. Lane pointed it out, I did take her original document, which was not included with what she submitted in the boardroom, and attached it as is. So that was my error, and I apologize.
Kim, there was no error. It was just a technical glitch. And thank you for, moving heaven and earth to get it right, and just wanted to explain that. So no error, just sometimes computers don't talk to each other well. So thank you so much for that. Appreciate that. I'll bring this back to the board for action. Let's get clarity on item 4. Is there any challenge with continuing this item that we don't know about?
I did confirm with staff, and if the board would like to continue it for a week, it will not
That's
cause
amazing.
any issues.
We just needed to ask that question. So, all right. So Kim, can you read what the request is on the consent
Of
calendar?
course. Adoption of the agenda and approve the consent calendar with the following changes. Supervisor Turnbull will register a no vote on item number 2. Continue item number 4 to July 30th, 2024, and pull item 19.
Okay. What is the will of the board?
So move.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion?
Yes, under discussion, I understand that this isn't going to cause any problems if we delay it a week, but I'm curious if Mr. Turnbull believes that there's something up with some of the individuals from the firm. I'm questioning staff. Are there problems with this audit firm that you're aware of? I mean, this seems like it's a little bit far down in the weeds.
So I'll chime in a little bit. So I'm not aware of exactly what Supervisor Turnbull's concerns are, but I would like to acknowledge that the county did initiate a competitive request for proposal that was consistent with all of our regulations and law and our policy. This consultant was selected as the winner of that process. And so we move forward with the contract. The county has been in contract with them since 27. This is a new contract, so I want to acknowledge that, but we have used their services since 2017 without any significant errors that I'm aware of. We have EMS staff in the audience if you have additional questions.
So I guess, I have a concern with any of us electeds, unless you have something concrete
Well,
that you
I
want
have
to
some
share.
concern, I have some concerns, and it's the same group that's actually auditing the books in El Dorado Hills and the CSD. So that's some of the concerns that I have, so.
So there is a motion and a second on the table to County Council, are we,
Oh,
no, hold on, Otter, Joe, just hold on just a second. I'm just saying, are we getting into the weeds here as far as, should we pull the item for discussion, or what is your recommendation?
Thank you for asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that if you wanted to have a broader discussion about that, it probably would be prudent to simply just pull it and have that discussion.
Because we're crossing some lines here, I think.
Yeah, I think that we try to limit the discussion and comment on consent items to just kind of answers to very brief questions. But again, it's perfectly within your prerogative to either pull it for discussion, continue it, leave it as is. Those are all.
Well, and
available
I'm
to you.
sensing Supervisor Lane is actually kind of questioning more of a process
Mhm.
type thing
Right.
than the actual item too, which is also concerning. So I get that. And would we address the process part then if we pull it, or is that something we really should talk about as we're adopting the agenda? It seems like it's more of a process question. When a supervisor doesn't, address it with staff prior to the meeting, the chair, I don't think anybody knew, and we normally
Right.
try to encourage that. So that's another issue, not so much with the item. Does that make sense?
And maybe our
Yeah,
auditor
sure.
will have
Yeah.
some clarity. I'll go ahead and look forward to your
So
insights.
I would like to request that item 4 be continued for 1 week. And I'd rather not get into all the gruesome details, but
Right.
it actually would be enjoyable. At the El Dorado Hills Community Services District, on the agenda tonight is the statement of a prior audit report related to this firm. And
I think that's probably all the explanation we need right now.
anyway, I don't,
Okay.
I'd rather not get into gruesome details. I'd rather have us not, I'll talk to the CAO after tonight's CSD meeting.
Thank you. Thank you
Okay.
for coming over.
Yeah, and
Appreciate it.
Brooke's questions are legit.
Absolutely. they are. All questions are legit. All right. So thank you, Joe. All right. So we have a motion, a second on the table. Would anyone like to make a second motion? Okay. So seeing then, so the idea, it's been moved and seconded to continue this item. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. Well, thank you all for helping us work through this. Sometimes it's magic and sometimes we need to dig in a little bit. So great. Good discussion. With that, let's hear item number 19, Kim, that was pulled.
Of course. Item number 19 comes from Planning and Building Department, Planning Services Division, Long Range Planning Unit, recommending the board, 1, approve and authorize the chair to sign an amendment to agreement 5912 with Minter Harshness to assist with creating custom design standards and guidelines in the county's community regions, Shingle Springs, El Dorado, Diamond Springs, Cameron Park, and El Dorado Hills for new commercial, mixed-use, and multi-use residential design standards. And 2, authorize the purchasing agent to execute any further documents determined necessary related to this agreement, including amendments which do not increase the amount or term of the agreement contingent upon approval by county council and risk management.
All right, thank you. And Supervisor Parlin, you pulled this, so would you like to start us off?
Yeah, I'll give it a go. So I can't state how important this item is in the design standards for both our residents, peace of mind for our developers, peace of mind to have clarity on, what do communities want? We were told that back in, I think we started this in 2012, and we're still trying to get this done. And so honestly, I do not want to delay this. I don't. However, when you read an item and things don't make sense, prior board direction is not being followed, we have to pull the item and discuss it and get clarity on what are we doing, why are we doing it, how are we getting this done? And so that's why I pulled it. I do recall, when I saw this agenda item, I kind of started looking at it. I reached out to Supervisor Thomas, because Cherry, I know you've been a strong supporter of this item also. And I know that you really wanted to get it done before you were out of office.
did.
I was looking forward to that. But then the last update that I could find, last formal update from staff was from June 6, 2023 in a memo, and it clearly laid out our path to getting these design standards completed. And gosh darn it, today's item just kind of obliterates that schedule and that plan and honestly board direction. And I'm very concerned about it. And so I thought we should have a conversation and get some clarity on how are we going to get this done in a timely manner and really as a concerted effort. So I hope that kind of lays it out clearly. Do you want to get into more?
That's a
or do you
perfect-
want to carry it from
That's a
there?
perfect
or-
framework.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for getting us started. Supervisor Turnbull, you also had.
Yeah,
we're
just,
gonna pull this item,
there's a
so-
lot of concerns in that, and I think it should have been as a department item anyway, brought up as a department item for discussion, not put on consent. And that was one of the biggest concerns. And these design standards is very crucial, especially to our residents and developers in our county, so.
Okay, great.
Okay.
I think we share your concerns and
Yeah.
your thoughts on that. And just piggybacking on my colleagues, land use is always a tricky thing in El Dorado County. And so often we continue to talk about what we don't want. But my whole reason for wanting to get these established in El Dorado County is for each of our communities to weigh in on what do we want? Because as you know, we don't have explosive growth throughout our county, except perhaps in El Dorado Hills where you are
Yeah.
experiencing growth down there. But as growth will occur, and if we can thoughtfully work through the process ahead of time and work with our individual communities to help them clarify what protects community character, what enhances their community character. So as projects come forward, there's clarity for our residents, there's clarity for our developers. So they don't have to bring forward a project that is going to meet with immediate opposition. There's clarity for the whole process. And so that was my goal in bringing this forward. I think it would help, rather than litigating project by project by project, we could be more thoughtful about it and more intentional. And I know that there's been a lot of stops and starts for various reasons, and I don't necessarily want to, go back and litigate all that. But I had concerns as I dug into this contract that it's perhaps not going to get us to where we want to go. And I had concerns about this contract as I really dug into the details. I have had a conversation with our staff yesterday. We had, and I sent all my questions to them yesterday. I do have a few questions, Karen, and especially in terms of this agreement. So the initial contract was roughly $306,000 to do the initial draft of the Shingle Springs guidelines, the community process, and then to bring forward community design standards for the other community regions. How much of that initial contract of $306,000 has been spent? Do we know that? Because that was not something I saw in the staff report.
Yeah, we've spent about 100,000 of
Okay.
that.
Okay, so there is still some left in that part of the contract.
Correct.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you. The amended contract under consideration today is for an additional 520,000. And there's like 192,000 that is to amend. Let's see. There's a draft of design standards for Shingle Springs, for the Shingle Springs community, which was always going to be first. That draft has not been rolled out to the community. And this new amendment has a provision for roughly $192,000 to take those standards and address it. So my question is, why do we need roughly double the first contract in order to just marry state law with these design standards? Because recognizing that there's new provisions in state law that do need to be updated and revised.
Yeah, so when we talk to our consultant, what they have told us is these new standards from the state, they're, that's the objective part, they have to be these objective standards, and that those take a lot longer. There's a lot more time to develop those. So again, in the past, we could have things in our standards that said, maintain the character of the neighborhood, and those we can't apply anymore, because what does that mean? That's not objective. So now we have to go into a lot more detail of exactly what we want on those structures. So if we're talking about an apartment building, do we want so many windows per lineal feet? And so it just gets into a lot more detail than what was originally anticipated.
Well,
and then on top of that, having visuals to go along with it, because having it just in writing is challenging. And so there's additional costs. Now, we did actually push back on the consultant when we first got the revised scope, because we noticed the same thing, that, there was this huge jump in costs related to putting together especially the actual or standards and the visuals that go along with it. And we were able to reduce it a little bit, but they said, no, this is what the cost is. So, if it is something that the board just feels is too much, then perhaps during this time we can go back, take a pause on the contract, renegotiate, and or if we just feel like we're not getting anywhere and then it's costing too much, we could even prepare a new RFP and see who else is out there that can do the work for a less cost.
Okay, yeah, because my understanding is there's a difference between design guidelines and design standards, and my understanding is this effort was always going to lead to design standards, which are non-objective. Mm-hmm. And so I still don't quite understand how, because we weren't developing design guidelines, we were developing design standards. And so that I just have questions with that contract. Also, this contract states that actually in the June 6th memo that Supervisor Parlin referenced, it was stated that the primary changes for expanding the scope of the project is to create objective design standards for both the county's West Slope community regions and rural centers. But the rural centers are not included in this scope of work. They were pulled out. So once again, I don't quite understand how this contract is for an additional $500,000 when the rural centers were always part of board direction. Well, from the last board direction. So once again, I have concerns with this contract. And then finally, can you explain to me a little bit about how the rural centers are being treated in here? Because in the contract, there's page 19 of 20 talks about 3 geographic rural center subgroup area summaries and descriptions, and a preliminary design concept mixed use for each of them that will be a product of this contract. So what does that mean? And what is the anticipated outcome work product that will protect our rural centers? So what is that?
Sure. So with the rural centers, we do have many of them. And when we were taking a look at them, we realized they kind of naturally fall out into, when you look at it from like an elevation perspective, at our lower elevation, there's a certain general theme. When you get into our foothills and lower mountains, there's sort of another theme. And the higher you get, there's maybe a different theme that people would expect to see. So we thought that was one way to break these out to, rather than individual every single rural center, which obviously there's a lot, that would be a good sort of starting point to group them together and then be able to tweak it individually if there is something beyond those 3 sort of elevation standards.
That makes sense. Yeah, like Little Norway does not need design standards, and then Quintet needs different ones. I mean, yeah. There's some rural centers that are this protection is going to be more important than others, like,
Right,
Georgetown, Fairplay,
right.
certainly the Camino Cedar Grove area, which is the heart of the Apple Hill area, which is the heart of, a really important economic portion of our county. So those are going to be really important to protect the character of those communities. So
Mhm.
I like the idea of separating them into subgroups. So is my understanding then with this work product that is a consultant just suggesting that they will identify what themes work in each of the three subgroups, or are there actually going to be objective design standards for each of those three subgroups?
They would provide some standards for those three subgroups.
Okay.
But then staff, as a way, because the original contract was even more than what you're seeing. So that was one cost savings measure, is we said, let's pull that out for a couple of reasons. One, by the time we get through the community regions, staff may have enough knowledge at that point and kind of be used to the process where we could go out on our own to the rural centers and finish that up rather than continue to pay a consultant.
Okay.
But also just given, where we are at with budget, everything tight, and knowing, this will take a little bit of time, rather than plan out 3 years, let's just look at the next couple of years and then come back and see where we're at budget wise and staffing wise and knowledge wise, and then make that decision.
That makes sense. And especially as we are wanting to move full force ahead on the interim design standards. So as we adopt interim design standards countywide, that will apply to those rural centers as well.
Absolutely.
So there will be a measure of protection for that.
Yes.
So I think, Supervisor Parlin and I, since this is kind of something that we've been working on together, recognizing that really the only multifamily housing that's going on right now is in my district. And both of you have had commercial projects in rural communities that have had, challenges with the community. So those protections are really important. I think our sole focus needs to be on getting those interim design standards. So as projects come down the works, at least there is a measure of protection for our communities. And then we can refocus and work on tweaking those interim standards for our various communities, recognizing that while Shingle Springs, Diamond Springs, El Dorado are probably going to look exactly the same as far as their themes, they're going to look very different than Cameron Park and certainly El Dorado Hills, and then the Tahoe Basin. So, because we have so many unique, geographies in El Dorado County. So that will give us the time to do that. The final challenge I had with this contract and the way that we were perhaps going about this today is if the board were to approve this $500,000 addition to this contract, and our contractors and subcontractors would be going full force ahead on developing these, while our staff goes full force on interim design standards, there was never a plan to marry the two. So it makes sense to pause this contract, let us focus all of our energies on getting these interim design standards to protect our community, then regroup and then tweak those interim standards to each of our different communities and build on this effort. Because I could see we could have, they're divergent paths. And so I think it will save our taxpayers money and will be a more streamlined process. So I think that's really where we need to go, and just not have our staff worry about amending this contract. Just focus all of our energies on interim design standards to be adopted by the end of this year before this board changes. I think that's really important. The new board can weigh in on the customized design standards as we roll out, but we need to lock and load this effort that has been since 2012 with this board, because we've been working on this and need to get this done by the end of this year. So that's kind of where we're headed. Do you think we have the capacity to do that?
Yes, absolutely. And I do like that plan. It does make sense. And we're going to have some staffing changes that are going to incur in long range planning, but it gives me the opportunity to put some new resources to it to make sure we have a good project manager and stay on path and absolutely bring it back by December.
Love it. Thank you, Karen. Any other questions or comments?
I just want to make sure that it's clear as to why the proposal changed, because I think if you look at SB 35, SB 9, SB 330, whatever it is, all of those changes say it's a ministerial process.
Right.
I mean, you go through a ministerial process and it goes to the planning commission, for instance, there is no subjectivity. They have to be objective design standards.
Right.
When we move forward with these design standards we're talking about, they are not going to be objective enough, in my opinion, to be able to challenge what's already dictated within that state law. Am I wrong?
You're wrong.
Yeah, these are objective design standards,
Right.
not
So
guidelines.
we'll be
Not
able to
guidelines.
apply these to SB 35.
Yes.
We have
Okay,
guidelines,
exactly.
we need standards, these are
And
standards.
I-
Yeah.
Well,
I'm
but they
gonna
have
go-
to be objective, that you can
Yes,
have standards.
Yes,
but- okay.
Yes.
that's what this product is.
And that has been the goal, as long as I can remember, back when we started, and, I'm just gonna say it, it was back with a CDAC effort that the board back then directed CDAC to go out and talk to communities, and they made it very clear from then,
Right?
these were supposed to be objective, so that there was no wishy-washiness in it,
Right.
very clear.
Oh.
And so I don't know.
What
how-
constitutes objective, I think, is the question.
No, it's
No.
not. It
Okay.
is a planning term. It's
Mhm.
very clear. There's no subjectivity in it. So no, I'm going to totally disagree with you. That's the whole point of having this.
The new legislation changed the focus to ministerial over
That-
discretionary
you're
reviews.
mixing Issues. The
Yes.
standards are objective. The projects are ministerial, and they will have to follow within our objective standards.
They
once
weren't when we
get
started in
them.
2012.
I don't think you're understanding the
I'll
issue.
add that the state criteria, they actually include some objective standards in those state legislation. Usually they're related to things like setbacks and height, and they're trying to allow more on less. What, of course, it doesn't focus on is how is the structure actually going to look? What is the
This is what our
design?
community cares
And that's
about.
where
Right.
we want to come in
Right.
and say, it's got to look good too.
Yeah,
So-
that's right.
Well,
And
I mean,
my
we had
understand-
that issue with Dollar General, remember?
Right, yeah. And you've got a better product because,
Yeah.
yeah, they adhered to those. So my understanding is once a jurisdiction adopts objective design standards, then as projects come forward on this ministerial
Yep.
process, if the county has adopted these, they have to also follow that.
Yes.
But if we haven't adopted them, then there's no
But they have to
protection.
be
There's nothing.
very, very
Yes.
specific, to
And
be
that's
objective.
Absolutely. And that's
And they're-
exactly what we're
That's-
getting.
yeah.
Okay.
Again, why they're so different than
That's right.
what we've dealt with before.
Okay.
Exactly. Supervisor Lane?
I'm good. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for Karen? Okay, well, let's go ahead and take public comment on this. Thank you so much, Karen. Appreciate it.
Now taking public comment on item number 19. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now's the time on item 19. Come on up. And I like the t-shirts. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning. Is this working?
It sure is.
Okay, cool. All right, thanks. Tim Costello, Shingle Springs. That was quite a discussion a moment ago, so I'm trying to wrap my head around that. So I'm here to voice support for resuming the Community Design Standards project. It's been a long time coming. So as you may know, the SSC, Shingle Springs Community Alliance, SSCA, began this project more than 10 years ago. We held 2 well-attended community meetings on June 5th, 2013 to solicit community input on what type of architectural design elements should be adopted for the downtown core area of Shingle Springs to provide a unique and consistent sense of place. The SSCA presented results of those meetings to the Board of Supervisors on January 14th, 2014. The presentation was well received by the board members. However, the board stated that the county would take over the project and write the design standards. It wasn't until December 2017, almost 4 years later, that the Board of Supervisors directed County Planning Services to proceed with developing the design standards for Shingle Springs. Roughly 2 years later, the county hired a consultant. Interested parties were invited to participate in the process, and the first community advisory team meeting was eventually held in January 2020. No further progress has been made since that time. from my perspective. Shortly after the January 2020 meeting, that consultant evidently suspended work on the project. In November 2020, the SSCA submitted a letter to Planning Services with copies to each of the board members inquiring about the status of the project. We received no reply. In May 2021, representatives of the SSCA met with long-range planning staff to discuss the status of the project. That is when we first discovered that the prior consultant was no longer working on the project, and the county was in the process of hiring a replacement consultant. And that brings us to today. Over 3 years later, the county is finally hiring the replacement contractor and tasking them with taking on the project. So I imagine the residents of Shingle Springs, or I expect the residents of Shingle Springs, are looking forward to this project resuming. And the members of the SSCA, we do look forward to working with the consultant during this process and being involved in the project. And also, I do want to note that it appears, as we just discussed, that the consultant is only being tasked to develop design standards for our 4 community regions and not the rural centers. And I trust that they'll proceed with the rural centers as well. And then as an aside, sort of an aside, we're having a ARCO station being built in Shingle. And we met with them and county staff, and they presented a generic stucco design. And we said, no, we've been working on these design standards. Is that my?
It is, yes.
Anyway, you can imagine where that went. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate your involvement. Hello, welcome.
Hi, I'm Jeanette Maynard. I am in support of us moving ahead with the community design standards as well. And to the project of the ARCO station, it was just so frustrating that we didn't have anything to say, hey, this is why we want this. So we're negotiating without any backup, doing the best we can. Anyway, I wrote up something, I'm taking it from a personal stance. Back in 2013, my late husband, Leon, literally dragged me along to a community meeting to discuss the need for community design standards at a church in Shingle Springs. It was put on by the Shingle Springs Community Alliance. I'd never heard of the group.
She does know.
And quite frankly, wasn't interested in going. But as it turned out, I was very pleased and I went to the meeting. The Shingle Springs Community Alliance's design standards presentation was excellent and we were sold. Their presentation was extremely well done. Lots and lots of design options were presented. The Alliance wanted real community input and involvement. A few months later, Leon passed suddenly, and I ended up getting involved with the Shingle Springs Community Alliance in his honor. It's been well over a decade, and still we have 0 community design standards. I find this beyond frustrating. When you hire the consultant for the project, please be sure they truly include the Shingle Springs Community Alliance in their process. The last consultant did not. If the last consultant had done so, maybe we would have ended up with a good product rather than nothing. And I mean nothing. Thank you for allowing me to express my feelings and frustrations. I hope to one day return, and thank you for finally helping us to get community design standards in place, not only for Shingle Springs, but for our rural centers. So basically, let's get it done, but let's really get it done right. I'm not sure what this interim approach is. Are you excluding commercial? That's kind of the way I'm understanding it. I don't know.
Clarity on that. We'll
Okay,
get clarity
thank
on
you.
that. So we'll get this done for Leon. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Edward Matson, Shingle Springs Community Alliance. I just wanted to thank you guys for finally working on this. We've been waiting a very long time. And if there's anything that we can do to help, to give you our feedback, we'd like to participate. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your involvement. Anyone else in the room? All right, seeing none, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Taking public comment from 525.
Good morning.
Good morning, Leo Bennett Coshon, Pollock Pines. I also own property in Shingle Springs. I'm just great conversation, still a bit confused. And specifically in the board packet under alternatives, it says the board may choose not to approve the proposed agreement. This would result in delays to this project, as well as other subsequent community design projects detailed in the long-range plan work plan previously approved by the board. And I would appreciate if you have time, just a little bit more clarity how your action today will still accomplish your goal given these statements. Thank you for taking my question.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning, everyone. This is Linda Campbell from El Dorado Hills. I actually want to totally agree with and support the Shingle Springs Community Alliance. I thank you to the people that are there. With the history of what you've done so far, I think there's been things done in other regions too. I think in review and agreement with this contract, it's also important for us to understand within our own planning organization exactly what the resources are and what their projects and timelines are. We should have a location where we can readily track this. I have concerns that it may get off track again, or we won't get regular updates. So I know the contract is apparently good until January of 2028, if approved, which is like 3 years. So clearly, I think a lot of the things that are going on with community meetings and everything else, hopefully they can be well-staffed and well-planned. Everybody's able to participate in a timely manner, and we don't have it kind of linger on without target timelines. So that's what I have. Thank you.
Great, thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, great. Thank you all. Couple of questions, and Karen, probably best for you to answer if you don't mind coming up here again. So what we're proposing today is to pause the contract and to move full speed ahead on the interim design standards. And then once we get those interim design standards, then we'll know what kind of contract we need in order to customize them to our individual community regions and our rural centers. Because right now, without having our interim design standards, we don't quite know what that looks like. So that this contract may look very different next year. So that hopefully, Leo, that showed you how we're going to accomplish this. So Karen, how will the community be involved? How and when will they be involved? Recognizing that there's a lot of desire to plug in, and this is all about the communities. And we want them to be a part of this process. So
For the interim standards, we do plan some workshops through Planning Commission where folks can participate. We'll be sure to put information up on the website and make that readily available so that if folks can't participate that way, they can still provide input and really share the draft of the interim standards so people can read through and see. And to your point, look at them and say, oh, okay, this is 90% of what we need. We just need to add that extra 10%. Or if they say, hey, this is missing a lot, we get that feedback. And then we know going forward with the contract for the permanent design standards, how much we need.
Right, then we'll know what we need consultants to help us with. So, But I do want to manage expectations. We're on a fast track for these interim design standards. They need to be adopted by December. There's a lot of work ahead of us. So my understanding is there's not going to be individual community meetings in this process for the interim design standards. We've already had meetings. We understand the general sentiment of what people love about our community. And my understanding is those interim standards will reflect that generally. But once we get those done, so there's a level of protection for our communities, when we get to the customization, of Shingle Springs, and Shingle Springs will be first in the customization, and then Diamond Springs, El Dorado will be second, and then Cameron Park and El Dorado Hills. That's when the robust community engagement will be, say, okay, here's our design, interim design standards. What do you need with your community? What do you want changed? What do you want that to look like? And that will be rolled out either with help with staff or consultants, and you'll determine that next year once we know that that's
Absolutely.
done.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, great. I think that's helpful. And as far as terms of, but there will be public workshops for these interim design standards with the planning commission and the board. And I know we've talked about this, that my recommendation is to combine a board and planning commission workshop rather than having two. So we can get these done and adopted by the end of the year. If that works for our staff. So, and we're probably looking at September for that. Is that what we're?
Yeah, I would think it would be September.
Yes, September. Okay, great. Oh, and then the other idea that surfaced, which I think is a really good idea, is for these interim standards, where will it live on our county's website so people can track the progress or at least know when to plug in?
We'll put it on our website so that you can either find it if you go to the planning services page, it'll be on there, but I can also add it to projects in your area.
Yeah. I love that.
And I mean, it'll, all point to the same place, but
Okay.
projects in your area, that's where we're always trying to drive people to get all things planning.
Perfect. That's a great idea. So people can not lose track of it, and because we are moving forward.
Yep.
We're moving forward. Okay, great.
For clarity, are the design standards going to be oriented around the type of housing, for instance, multifamily, mixed use, commercial? Because it seems like you have to deal with those separately, right? They are totally distinctly different in terms of their motif, in terms of their use. So are you going to separate it into 4 or 5 categories and deal with the rural needs as opposed to the more developed community needs all in one?
So we'll be looking at 3 categories. It'll be the multifamily,
Right.
mixed use,
Right.
and commercial.
Those 3, okay.
Those 3. And for the interim, there's not going to be a difference for rural versus, more suburban areas. But the standard should apply in any case. It'll get you that look that's not just straight walls and
Yeah.
flat.
Yeah.
It'll provide that interesting architecture and variety. We can take a look at perhaps adding at least a little bit of language similar to what we're talking about before of, if you're in the lower elevations, this is generally the type of look. If you're in the foothills, this is generally the type of look. If you're, higher elevations, just to get that sort of variety. And again, Shingle Springs, what they have already written, we can probably borrow from there and include that to get that type of language in there.
So when you say commercial, you're going to address things like a Costco warehouse that is custom designed typically based upon the local community's desires, and we're going to put that into objective design standards. Costco separate from another warehouse that has totally different uses. Seems like a daunting task to me, but if you think you can get there, okay.
That's why we're trying to get going on this. And
Well, we've had a lot of starts and
then we can
stops.
start tweaking them and customize them to communities. But so far we haven't gotten anywhere. And so we need the interims because of the streamlining with the SB 35 and all that, we've got to get those done quickly. There are SB 35s outside of the areas we mentioned earlier. There's more. So they're popping up everywhere in the county, and that's why these are critical.
Yeah. I was just talking about current projects.
Yeah,
Right.
So
there are
Things
more.
commercial is
Yeah.
not as critical? Is that what I'm hearing? It's really the mixed use and
Oh, no,
multifamily? that's-
I think they all hold equal weight. We
Okay.
don't get as
Absolutely.
many mixed use projects, but we get a lot of, we get
Commercial.
commercial and multifamily.
Okay.
But yes, I mean, I recognize what you're saying is if we're looking at a small retail building and the standards you apply are going to look different than a Costco. And, we've got to recognize that when we.
Because Costco has told the community they will custom design the exterior to meet the community's needs, right? They did that in Elk Grove. So that's kind of a unique category. We just need to understand those things are out there. You don't want it to look like a standard building. You want it to be blending with the community. So that's the purpose of these things. But it's a broad scope in terms of all the kinds of construction you have to look at between commercial and then the multifamily.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Karen, but when we have design standards, an applicant actually could do something different if they want to, and just know that they're open to community opposition. So therefore, if you have a developer that doesn't want to follow the standards, but they have community support, they'll be fine.
Or if they want to do more,
Right.
if they want to do, you know,
Right.
more.
They can exceed, yes.
They can
Yes.
As long as it
exceed, so-
exceeds.
So I think in El
the
Dorado Hills,
standard.
that's probably the
Right.
reality.
And those
But that
projects
language
would
needs
go
to be in
planning
there, right?
commission.
Yeah.
So it's clear, so that everybody understands it when you read it, and people aren't asking all the questions. That's
Yeah.
why they have to be extremely detailed. That's
Yeah.
the objective part.
That's what this is. That's what this is.
Well,
Okay. That's what
I've
this
seen
is.
some that are written and they get pretty detailed.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna take a stab at a motion and I've already given it to Kim. So follow along. Thank you, Karen. No, if you can pull it up. It's so folks can follow along.
For us visual learners.
Exactly, I'm a visual learner too. Can't follow.
I can't. It's like, yeah, that sounds great. And then we go, what do we
is-
do?
Thank you, Kim. Okay, so the motion is to direct staff to pause the amendment to the agreement with Mintier Harnish and focus all staff energies on developing county-wide interim design standards for new commercial, horizontal mixed use, and multifamily residential projects to be adopted by December 2024. And after adoption of the county-wide interim design standards, bring back a revised contract for an amended scope of work that will, in phases, build on and customize the adopted countywide interim design standards for custom design standards for the county's community regions: Shingle Springs, Diamond Springs, El Dorado, Cameron Park, and El Dorado Hills, and rural centers for new commercial, mixed use, and multifamily residential projects by March 2025.
I'm going to second that.
All right. Any further
I
discussion?
just have one
Question?
discussion. Next week's meeting, we're going to talk about prioritizing planning
Yes.
and buildings work plan.
Mhm.
Did we just prioritize the work plan?
We did. Well, this we
This
did.
is number one above everything? Is that what we just, this is what this does?
This has always been a priority.
I haven't said,
Bringing clarity.
this
Yeah.
makes it number one amongst all of those on the list.
Well, unless there's state mandated things, those always end up hijacking our staff's time, but yeah, well.
I'm just concerned with the wording.
Well, in my mind, we need to get these interim design standards done by December
I
2025.
agree, but
Yeah.
I think you put in there all of their energies or something dedicated to this and
No, I'm talking about rather than focusing their energies on amending the contract, taking those energies and doing
applying
the
to
interim
this.
design standards,
Yeah.
not all of their energies in building and
Okay.
planning.
Right.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that.
'cause I don't want to preset what we're going to do next week. That's all. So
No.
I'm good with it.
Okay, good. All right, good.
Okay.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Yeah.
Thank you all for helping us get here and thank you, Karen. Appreciate
Yeah.
you working through that.
Cool.
Good, we're excited. We're moving on. Okay, all right. Well, it's almost 10 o'clock in time for our Community on Aging, Commission on Aging presentation. We're looking forward to that. So we'll take just a 5-minute break if anyone needs it, and we will be back at 10 o'clock for our presentation. back. And so if we can take any conversations outside, we're getting ready to start the meeting again. Thank you so much. Appreciate you being with us. All right. It is now 10 a.m., Kim, and we are ready for item number 23. If you would please open that up.
Item number 23 comes from Health and Human Service Agency on behalf of the Commission on Aging, recommending the board receive and file an annual report from the Commission on Aging.
Well, it is a pleasure to see the Commission on Aging with us today. Welcome and invite you to come on up. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much for receiving this report from the Commission on Aging. My name is Bob Camrath. I'm chair of the Commission on Aging, and I have more than adequate support here with other commissioners today, which is wonderful.
Would you like to introduce them and
Pardon?
would you like to introduce them and
Certainly.
what districts they represent?
Liz, Paul, Jim Wasserman, Tita Bladen, Steve Sherby are all commissioners have been here. And I think you may know Yvette from the staff, the county staff here. in Aging.
Wonderful. Thank you. Nice to see all of you with us today.
Okay.
Yes, she.
Oh.
She was probably behind you.
Title III of the Older Americans Act of 1965 provides the basis for the establishment of the Commission on Aging. The act has been amended many times and most recently extended through 2024. The act authorizes grants to states for supportive programs for persons 60 years old and older, including funding for nutritional services, disease prevention, services to prevent the abuse, neglect, and exploitation of older persons, and family caregiver support and services. In addition, the Act provides direction to governing bodies to establish an advisory council regarding senior services. El Dorado County established the Commission on Aging as that advisory council. Our mission statement, which focuses our work, is to ensure that our older adults, especially the frail and vulnerable, have access to services and support that promote their independence and well-being. And there's a wide scope of services here, everything from the nutritional services that I talked about to the availability of an ombudsman. And so it covers a very wide scope of services. Okay, the membership, there are a total of 14 appointed commissioners, 6 supervisor district appointments, one per supervisor and 1 member at large. 2 incorporated city appointments, the cities of Placerville and South Lake Tahoe, and 6 Commission on Aging positions filled by community representatives. And also we have some special advocates which focus on a particular area such as transportation. They're not a commissioner, but they support our work. Okay. This is a listing of the appointed and community members. You'll notice that this is probably out of date. I didn't get here, or I didn't look that closely, but I think the vacant position in District 5 was approved as part of this consent calendar this morning.
That's
with
correct.
Laureen Sanchez
That's
being
correct.
the new member of the commission. We have 1 vacancy of the community representative. We have 3 applicants for that position. 2 of them we will interview on Thursday, and we will interview the 3rd one when she returns from vacation. So within a month, I anticipate the commission will be fully filled with commissioners. Okay. Our core values: advocacy, advising, and adapting. Advocacy is really the driving force of everything we do. We listen and give voice to and act to ensure that the concerns of older adults are understood. We gather that information in our outreach events, and I'll talk a bit more about that a little farther on. But it is really where we listen to the concerns of the older citizens And we're shoulder to shoulder with the county staff, the senior services staff, as we will be not only represented there by our commissioners, but also part of the staff will be there. And we back each other up and gather information. Advising, we ensure policy and service delivery organizations are responsible, who are responsible for implementation, are aligned with concerns of older adults. Again, part of the advocacy part is listening to the older adults as we join in community meetings, sometimes called by you all as elected officials. We'll join you at a community meeting and listen to concerns. Adapting, certainly, we can pivot. We're very flexible. If an issue comes up that needs to be addressed, we can pivot it, such as I'll talk a little bit later, the homeowners insurance issue, which we drafted a letter and submitted it, as you all did, to the Commissioner of Insurance. Okay, we have 4 committees, Policy and Legislative Committee, Outreach and Education Committee, Housing for Seniors, and Aging Independently. And I'll talk a little bit about the work of each one of these as I go forward. On the Policy and Legislative Committee, in May of this year, you can go to the next slide, and I'm sorry, go back one. Got ahead of myself. In May of this year, there was a public hearing that was held on the Area Agency on Aging Master Plan. There were 5 objectives that were discussed in this master plan. They had to do with outreach. How do we expand it, particularly in the outlying areas? I think our outreach in the, El Dorado Hills, Placerville, and those areas are sufficient. I'll say it's sufficient. But in outlying areas, we got to focus on how we can better outreach to Pioneer, Grizzly Flats, and some of these other areas that are out there. The second objective was engaging the changing senior. The seniors, as you all know, our population is expanding more and more every day. 25% of the population in El Dorado County now are 60 years or older. So 25% of a population of about 200,000, we're talking 50,000 individuals in El Dorado County who are seniors. That's a significant number by any measure. Okay, emergency preparedness, we addressed that. Distribution of emergency information at all of our outreach meetings, and that's going to be an ongoing effort. Volunteering, civic engagement, and community collaboration, such as recruiting volunteers for ombudsman positions. We need more ombudsman. It's a training process, and it requires dedication from a volunteer to stick through the whole process in order to get certified as a volunteer ombudsman. Education and training, the senior services staff is set up to do caregiver training sessions, both in Placerville and in South Lake Tahoe over the next year. 2 of our commissioners are members of the California Senior Legislature. The commissioners advocate for bills to the legislature that support senior concerns. They also bring up, if you will, proposals on which they attempt to get legislators to adopt the proposals and move them forward. Over the past few years, over 200 proposals brought forward by the senior legislature have been adopted. And that's a significant effort and success rate also. This last session, due to the upcoming budget crunch, anything that had dollars in it didn't get beyond any committee meeting. And so there was very few proposals that went forward. We also have a member of the commission who is a member of the AAA Council of California. The AAA Council of California has a representative from each public service area throughout California, and they meet to share successes and failures, ways of implementing programs, and so information throughout the state on these successes and failures, and how to implement programs is shared and brought back to the commission, which is valuable. I mentioned earlier, the legislature committee also drafted the initial draft for the letter we sent to the California Insurance Commissioner on the home insurance rates that were out of sight, as you all know. The next committee I'll talk about briefly is our Outreach and Education Committee. During the past year, the Outreach and Education Committee touched 4,500, if you will, of our El Dorado residents through committee meetings of different varieties. As I mentioned, 4,500 residents may sound like a large number, but I also mentioned there are 50,000 seniors in El Dorado County, so that's not even 10%. So it's a significant effort, but we got a long ways to go between 4,500 and 50,000. Community events that the Outreach Committee participates in, town hall meetings, which I mentioned before, trunk or treat, which is our upcoming, if you will, at Halloween time, National Night Out. Each of the communities has one, and that's in August. Typically, all of those are the county fair, which is passed for this year, and also food bank distribution. We have information, pamphlets, brochures, and senior services, which are handed out when the food banks distribute food. You're all aware that in May, we hosted with the support from the senior services staff and sponsors, the Senior of the Year selection and award presentation. And that's has been an ongoing event. Some of the presentations that are upcoming is to the Association of Realtors, where we also provide them packets to help in distributing information on senior services available in the county. The Heritage Senior Fair, which is coming up, and any meetings that may be called by elected officials, we certainly welcome participation and that we would sit and listen. Okay, in each one of those events, we provide collateral material, pamphlets, and other information, emergency information to our seniors who are attending. The next subject is housing for seniors. Having just sat through the very lively discussion of item 19 on your agenda, on the consent agenda today, I almost hesitate to step into this. But we are an advocate for mixed mode housing development and intergenerational housing, where we have, you know, the 20-year-olds and the 80-year-olds living in the same community. You know, it takes the whole community to raise our upcoming population. Okay, some of the criteria for age-friendly housing that we've listed here is to do with land planning, minimal slopes, accessible walkways, inclusionary style planning. What I mean by that is that there are areas, recreational areas, where the population can get together. If feasible, there would be a community meeting room if it's that sort of development. And so we have the opportunity for the whole community to interact as one. When we're looking at the detail of home size, which is, I don't know, if I would say a level below what the discussion was this morning, we're certainly looking to single story that best fits with our older population. Wide walkways, grab rails, zero threshold front doors. We have sent letters to developers which have outlined these criteria that we're looking for as they pursue development in different areas. Okay, the last committee I'll talk about is aging independently, and it is focused on retirement planning and aging independently. Aging independently is essential to the well-being and of our senior citizens. For those individuals who have the wherewithal and the planning that promotes aging independently, their self-worth and their assistance within the community is important. If they're aging independently, they're able to participate and support the rest of the community as they age and support activities such as commissions, such as Commission on Aging. We certainly look for support. One of the areas that we looked at was how do we get our seniors to do the planning that's required to age independently. We issued a survey both online through Facebook and other sites, social media sites, and in person paper copies at meeting of a retirement planning and aging independent survey. Of the respondents, 98% of the respondents said they wanted to age independently. Okay. Follow-on question was, given that you want to age independently, have you done the financial planning to support aging independently? Only 60% of the respondents had done any financial planning to support aging independently. 98%, 60%, huge difference, okay? And financial planning, in our view, is a key to be able to age independently. I think our seniors find financial planning overwhelming. Where do I start? So on and so forth. So part of the survey, we suggested, engage a trusted advisor, family members. Many of the individuals had not talked about their financial plans with family members. I don't remember the total number, but it was around 30% that had not had talked with family members about their plans and how they were going to age. And so that's a significant, gap again that we would try to close. Okay. As we look forward for the remainder of 2024 and on into 25, our goals are going to surpass those 4,500 residents that we met with last year and go beyond that. Are we going to get close to 50,000? No, we're not going to get it. We just don't have the number of people, the number of meetings, et cetera, but we want to exceed what we did. We will provide advice to policymakers and legislative officials on any pivotal issues that may come up. I don't have any that I would throw out right now, but given the way the world goes, there's going to be something that will come up. We'll continue advocating for low-income, intergenerational, and age-friendly housing. And we'll develop and deliver informational presentations on financial planning. Okay, that concludes my presentation, subject to your questions and comments.
Excellent presentation. Thank you so much. And this is always such an engaged and it's just exceptional commission. I remember once years ago that I had the privilege of sitting in where the California Commission came with this El Dorado County Commission on Aging here downstairs and talked about the El Dorado County Commission on Aging just being a model for the state. And you continue to show that with your dedication to seniors and senior issues and moving that forward. So I just want to thank each and every one of you for your dedication.
Yes, thank you very much.
Comments or questions?
Yeah, one of the things I have to say is Community Hub Day in Pioneer Park. Have you guys attended any of those?
Any of the, I'm sorry, I missed the first
It's
part.
Community Hub Day at Pioneer Park.
No, I haven't. I've been there for other reasons, food distribution.
Yeah, I think would really be a good idea to do that because 40% of those people, the population were seniors that were impacted by the Caldor fire.
Okay.
So you could probably be able to help them with housing or some other issues that they have.
Okay.
I think it would be good.
Okay, thank you very much. The staff.
Okay.
The seniors,
Yeah.
senior services staff does attend.
Right. Okay, good.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I just like to say excellent work. You guys are really working hard. You've done a lot in the last 7 years that I've been involved in kind of monitoring the Commission on Aging. So kudos for all of the effort to make the expanded program. One of the things I haven't heard back recently, any feedback on is senior legal. Are you able to refer people to senior legal and are they getting the services they need? Because that's a big part of not only financial planning, but how do you secure your estate? You know, if you're going to get a trust, those are things that have to be put in place if you're really doing a planning job, right?
Yeah. Thank you for your question. I can't answer. Our seniors are still getting services from senior legal.
Okay.
I see you. Come on down.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I just, because at one point in time, there was a changeover in staff. There's a big backlog. And I'm hoping that's all been resolved, but yeah.
There has been a backlog. I'm Yvette Winky. I'm the program manager of our senior services programs for a Health and Human Services agency. And there has been a backlog. We do have a permanent, we currently have a permanent senior citizen attorney on staff.
Okay.
We've had a limited senior citizen attorney on staff that's paid for by grant funding that's ending in September. However, we have been working closely with our social services team, and we have in the 24-25 budget, we have access to additional dollars from the adult protective services programs for elder abuse prevention. And we are moving forward with the recruitment for a second permanent full-time position. So we have had a backlog, but we have been working to streamline services. They always leave extra time available to take in those critical emergency items so that they're serving that population, but they have been able to work on improving their wait time for appointments. They're expanding their appointments at different locations. So we're working with Cameron Park Community Services District, and we will be adding them to that site going forward. So they have appointments out in the community. They're in South Lake Tahoe several times a month, and they're also working in El Dorado Hills. So we're seeing improvements, and we're increasing staffing, which is exciting for that program.
Thank you for that. Yes.
Great question. Yeah. Supervisor Parlin.
Yeah, I so appreciate the Commission on Aging and how engaged the members are. It's critical in our county, and with the housing committee that you have, Supervisor Turnbull and I just recently both had mobile home park. Mine's an RV park though, but same thing with the new ownership and all that, and they're trying to kick out the current members and all that. It's been an ongoing issue. So is your housing committee engaged with, I believe, CAO, we have our county task force on housing. Is there a connection there? And if not, why not?
Jim, you want to speak
Jim.
Good morning, Jim.
Madam Chair, board members and staff. That is a really recent development. So we haven't made a connection. We haven't sat down and talked to them. We'd love to.
Okay.
And give them any input they would ask for. We've been doing it for a while.
Right.
I've been able to get on a list as a government agency is for TAC. So whenever there's a TAC meeting that comes out, I have access to that.
Okay.
And I look at all the board things to see what's coming up to see if there's anything we can advocate for.
Okay.
So we'd love to give them any input they'd be willing to hear. We have a little experience. I've been on the board for the commission for 8 years now, and I have been for I don't know, three years the chair of the housing committee.
Awesome. Okay.
So, and we meet every month. There's 3 of us, and we meet via Zoom every month, and we have quite an agenda every month. We're not slackers here, so
okay, very
yeah.
good.
So I would love to sit down with them. We were hoping that it would happen, and it took a while.
Right.
And so, in fact, it was on our agenda every month. Here it is, and we kind of joked about it. We said, well, we're not going to take this off because it's going to happen, and we want to keep an eye. So we've been anxiously awaiting it, and it's here.
Okay.
And so that's all we heard, though, is that it has been formed. We don't know who's on it or kind
Okay.
of when they meet or anything, but I would love to.
Yeah, I think that would be an important
That's a good idea.
connection. So we'll follow up on that and make sure that you guys are connected. And honestly, I thought there had been legislation already kind of in the works, but apparently not. So I've been misinformed or I wasn't following maybe, but there is a need for some legislation. And so
I know Tina wants to speak. We'll
yeah.
get you in just a second, Tina.
This
Yeah.
is it's
Part of the
such
mobile
a,
home park.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a
It
big deal.
we thought so too, and
Right.
then it just kind of I think
Did it
Peter can
fizzle?
actually help.
Yeah, Tina, if you would come on down, if you have
Yeah.
something to
We have our-
add to this
we have our
conversation.
specialists.
Perfect. Perfect.
This is a
Thank you, Jim.
huge topic in the county.
It
And I
is.
didn't realize that things kind of fizzled. I thought things got taken care of. So my bad.
Hi, Tina.
Hi,
Welcome.
so I'm a community representative for the COA, but I'm also senior assembly member in the California Senior Legislature.
Fantastic.
So we really wanted to work on mobile home park rent space stabilization type of legislation, sort of akin to, some kind of trying to focus on seniors and the fact that they're on fixed income.
Correct.
And how they are so vulnerable for when a mobile home park goes through a change of ownership and they start raising the space rent. So we looked at legislation, and you're right. There's legislation that's been proposed, but it's stuck.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So we are not ignoring it, but we want to know how to best get the legislation unstuck and what is it going to take. So Raylene and I, the other commissioner that's also on the CSL, we're also collaborating with fellow senior legislatures because we were going to collaborate with Stanislaus County.
Oh,
As she was putting together a proposal, and that's when we discovered that there is legislation that has become stuck.
Have you been linked to Assemblymember Patterson or Senator Alvarado Gill?
Yes.
Because they've been proven to be fierce advocates for El Dorado
Yeah,
County
so-
and could be very helpful.
We will re-engage on this topic.
Great.
Yeah, and I actually have a meeting with this, I was tentative, but next week probably on this topic with the senator's office.
Oh,
Because
good.
I honestly, I didn't realize the legislation got stuck. So I just kind of thought this was being taken care of. So it's good to know, and I appreciate that update
so-
because we need to reinvigorate that effort.
And we will engage again. I mean,
Okay.
definitely keep us in contact.
So now I know who to go to.
But many counties and cities have established local ordinances on space rent controls. El Dorado County was asked to do that. Wendy and I got very involved with it at one point in time. The Community Foundation got involved. And somehow it's just kind of waffled away because I also got a complaint on the El Dorado Hills.
Oh, big time.
Yeah, that's
Many,
the-
many
Rents are
complaints.
going way up. And so I gave them communications or connectivity with Housing El Dorado and with the Community Foundation. We need to get that group back
Maybe it's
together and
time
figure out
to
where we're
re-engage.
going with this.
Mhm.
Because we were promised that the group, kind of the leadership of the mobile home park stuff would be attentive to what was going on, and they would go work with the individual owners and make sure that there wasn't excessive things, and that doesn't appear to be happening. So that was kind of the promissory we were given, and we went into a monitor mode, and now everything's starting to erupt.
Right.
Okay,
That's a
makes
good background,
Thank you for
Supervisor
that, 'cause
Heidel.
I
Yeah.
hadn't realized what happened. It felt like things were happening.
I thought you guys already had it
Yeah.
all
Well,
taken
we
care
kind of
of.
handed off to the Community Foundation,
Yeah.
and they were doing a survey, and they were, getting everybody
Okay.
together, and it was a long history. but,
And there wasn't the situation kind of resolved itself to some
But-
degree, but now it's
Yeah.
Now it's
Now
coming
it's
back.
coming back.
percolating.
So we'll definitely need to reinvigorate this effort and go at it pretty hard, I think. It just seems like this year is the year they're coming at our residents and hitting our seniors exceptionally.
But engaging with all of
hard.
you will be really important.
Yeah, and just for your awareness, because I didn't know this, but we do have residential RV parks too, which also fall under HCD with mobile homes. So when
Right.
you have that conversation, please always
Yeah.
also
consider that.
include residential RV parks because
That was also part of the senator from Stanislaus County
Oh.
that wanted to also look at that legislation
Okay.
because of
it needs to be
different
inclusive.
qualifications on the
Yeah.
RV and how they get classified as a resident or non-resident.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay,
you
great.
so much. I really
Appreciate your
that.
engagement.
you.
That's great. You're on the senior legislature. It's wonderful. One more question. In talking about housing, have you engaged with AKT Development, who is, working on doing the healthy living community? I would think your insights could be instrumental as they are looking to develop that truly intergenerational community.
When I first heard of that, the word was first out about, our ears perked up.
Yeah.
Because it offers not only senior housing, but the medical aspect to it that in the future, kind of. Yes, we are. As a matter of fact, Tita is one of my members, and the other, Raylene, the other person on the outreach team, the three of us make up the housing. We are currently scheduled for August 8th, I think, or 13th. We have a meeting scheduled
Oh, great.
with Roman Romanelli,
Okay.
Mr. Romanelli with AKT. We're going to sit
Perfect.
down and
Yep.
hear what they have to say and give them our input. They're they're looking forward to sitting down with us as
That
we
they
are.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's a huge thing.
It's
I
a
mean,
big deal with intergenerational community and yeah,
It
it's
is. I mean, and of course, it
revolutionary.
raises the ugly specter as they all do of water and roads. That's
Right,
it gets
yes.
attacked. But this is not just a development. This is something different, and it really perked our ears up. So yes, we're
just right under your purview. Man.
yes, and
Yeah.
we've been working with them, and we actually have a meeting scheduled for middle of
Perfect.
August to sit down. with
Perfect.
them.
Your
Yeah.
insights will be
Don't go anywhere, Jim, because
instrumental.
I have a follow-up
Okay.
to that. Also for, I'm not sure how aware everyone is, but Marshall Medical, along with AKT, had a pilot program in Georgetown, because there is a Marshall Wellness Center in Georgetown. I was going to report on this later today, so I'll just do it now.
Perfect.
But the pilot program, I understand, was very successful, and it's using telehealth so that seniors can age in place and get comfortable with technology. I think it's very simple technology, but I understand that the pilot was successful because they asked me for a letter of support for a grant to do more. And so it's to keep, and there's new development, but there's also existing seniors that currently have needs now. And so you may want to, or let me know and I'll try to get you connected with the right folks. But I think that for our county and our aging population, having that technology to help people stay in their homes and have just a friendly somebody on a screen that they can reach out to when they have a need is very exciting. And so I'm hoping it's something that we can grow in our county. And it's, at first I think it feels a little invasive, but once you get used to it and the privacy that comes with and everything, I heard it was very well received in Georgetown. So I wanted to share that with you, and maybe we can get you connected to support growing that program.
And that was
Definitely.
particularly targeted for a rural population that is disconnected from services, that maybe has a hard time getting to appointments to help keep them healthy and help them age in place. That was exactly why Marshall Medical Center partnered with Davis on this. That came from as an offshoot of the AKT development. So it's all interrelated, and you're right, you will be also potentially instrumental to
You
that
guys would
too.
be great advocates for
I would
growing
love
that.
to. That's the first I've
So-
heard of that.
Okay,
And I'm
well-
out there in my nonprofit.
Oh.
I help seniors age in place by
Yes, you
guys
do.
know. Yeah,
Like
we
grab
put in
bars.
grab
Yeah,
bars
yeah,
for
yeah.
them.
Let's hook
free.
them up with Martin.
Yes.
We'll hook you up with Martin.
Yeah, let's
from-
do
from
that.
Marshall.
Excellent.
And
I have
Bristol, yep.
OTs and it's never been mentioned, but we don't talk in those circles. It's kind of
Yeah.
one-on-one.
It's very
kind of thing.
exciting,
So
Jim. It's very exciting.
I
And,
like, it sounds
I-
like a precursor to the big one in El Dorado.
That's
Hills.
exactly why they
And
did that,
it's-
to start
it's
rolling that
wonderful.
kind
for
of.
health and
Exactly.
independence.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Right.
it's helping lay the stage for that. Yeah.
Huge. They can show it'll work small, it'll work
Right,
big too. So,
exactly.
Okay, so we'll follow up.
sounds
Good.
Thank you.
Great presentation. Love, great discussion,
thank you.
great engagement. Very exciting. Thank you so much, Bob. Appreciate it. All right.
Healthy discussion.
Yeah.
afterwards.
Yeah, okay.
Wonderful.
Welcome.
All right, let's take, I know we've had a lot of comments, but let's take official public comment on this presentation, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 23. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anyone else like to do public comment on this item? All right, seeing none, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. We're taking public comment from 525.
Good morning.
Hi, Leo Bennett, Koshan, senior citizen, yay. Great presentation. My comment is that as a policy board, I would urge you to consider asking for a report in the future with the collaboration between the great report you had last week from the Commission on Youth and Families and the report you had today on aging. There's a lot of exciting research and practices on intergenerational, in addition to housing, education, tutoring, mentoring And I think the resources that exist in 25% and more of El Dorado County, myself included, are somewhat underutilized in terms of, as was shared last week, having that non-fractured, everybody, all hands on deck, building our future. Secondly, as I looked over the membership, which is, great and covers many different areas, including cities, we have within El Dorado County communities such as our indigenous and growing Hispanic populations that still center much more than many of us more, shall we say, industrial oriented, less family cultures. Their elders and seniors, and perhaps considering tapping into those resources. And then lastly, this is somewhat down in the weeds, but as I've attended some community meetings, there's a discussion about what is real property. And real property normally does not cover places without a permanent foundation, which can be in these mobile home parks, but there are rules and exceptions that can move a personal property into real property, which I think is very important to living independently. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, the action before us is to receive and file this annual report from the Commission on Aging. So thank you so much for being with us. That was just a fabulous presentation and really enriching, engaged discussion. And thank you for all your work. Your work is so important. The issues that you bring up are large and life-changing for our seniors. And so thank you so much for helping the board work on their behalf through your great efforts. Much appreciated. All right. Great. So then let's move to item number 22, Supervisor Turnbow's item. So Kim, can you please open that one up?
First. Item number 22 comes from Supervisor Turnbow recommending the board provide conceptual approval to 1, place a monument near the entrance of the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office Public Safety Facility commemorating K-9 officers past and present, and 2, direct facilities, a division of the Chief Administrative Office staff, to work with the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office to design the appropriate monuments.
With that, Supervisor Turnbow, I'll turn this over to you.
Yeah, I just want to say working with the sheriff, I think this is a great thing to work with this, to place a monument there, honoring our K-9 officers that serve and protect our community, past and present. And I was doing a little research on this, and they actually take an oath, the same oath that we do, to protect, and uphold the Constitution and laws of the United States and the state of California. It's amazing. And then also, this is what they believe in. K-9 officers swear to protect and serve the citizens of our community. They may also promise to assist their handler in enforcing the law, searching for lost people, finding illegal drugs, tracking suspects, and acting as goodwill ambassador. And one of the other things that they require is required to remain on call 24 hours a day, ready to travel on little or no notice. They must maintain control of their dog at all times to avoid potential liabilities. Local, state, and federal branches of law enforcement, as well as the U.S. military, employ K-9 officers and their K-9 partners. So anyway, I think the sheriff is on.
Wonderful.
Right now. Is he on Zoom? Maybe he want to talk a little bit more about it.
Yes, he is. Sheriff, it's always a pleasure to have you with us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Can you see me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, my goodness. My
There we
video-
go.
Pleasure to be here. Good morning, board. A great day in El Dorado County. I wrote a little thing here I want to read to you about the history of our program here. The El Dorado County Sheriff's Office K-9 unit was started in 1981. During the early years, there were up to 12 dogs that were in service. Currently, your sheriff's office has 4 apprehension K-9s and 2 drug detection K-9s working patrol beats in our county. Over the years, there have been approximately 50 K-9s that have served at our sheriff's office. These patrol K-9 teams currently consist of German Shepherds, Belgian Malinois, and Labrador Retrievers. In the past, and I know this because many of these canines were here when I arrived in 1990, consisted of German Shepherds named Moots, Heiko, and Derek, a Rottweiler named Bear, and a Doberman Pinscher named Harley. And believe it or not, Harley, his handler's daughter used to paint Harley's toenails pink.
How did Harley feel about that?
There were a couple of Springer Spaniels named Stanley and Willie that were used for drug detection. These dogs are bred for this profession and have begin training as little puppies. The dogs are purchased by their handlers when they are approximately 18 months old and continue their training with their new partners. These partners work together for 6 to 8 years and are utilized in educating and protecting the communities and citizens of El Dorado County, as well as their handlers and fellow deputy sheriffs. Our canines have saved the lives of countless citizens and deputy sheriffs regularly, putting themselves in harm's way. They show up to work every day to go to work with a positive can-do attitude and do all of this for a little bit of playtime, a treat here and there, or a pat on the head or the rubbing of their ears. When our canines have finished their careers, they enter retirement and continue living out their lives with their handlers and their families. So I originally thought of this about a year ago, that I would love to commemorate the service that our canines have had to our citizens and communities of our county, and how much they truly mean to our sheriff's office and our county. So going to work with local contributors, come up with a monument. We've got some ideas. It'll go out in front of our sheriff's office facility here, so that people that want to come drive through the parking lot can come and look at it. Maybe we'll even have a bench out there for people to sit and look at the names that will go on this monument. So that's it.
Thank you so much. And boy, we'll look forward to seeing what you come up with. That's
So there-
lovely idea.
Different ideas and different designs, and I know Jeff was talking about one where the handler is actually kneeling on one knee with the dog by his side. And also a large rock will be placed with all the little plaques on the rock. So there's different ideas, and we'll figure that and what we can come up with. But it's all going to be private donations.
Right.
We're also talking about even adopt a brick or adopt a paver, where a person's name could be put in, and maybe a name of their dog, too, could be a part of that. So
Adopt a dog bone name.
yeah, there you go. Yeah, exactly.
Can we review the conceptual layouts? Because you're asking us to do a conceptual approval of something I can't see in my mind. And size is one of the things I'm interested in. How big is this going to be? The placement? Just make sure that we have compatibility with, and I'm sure it's been thought through. It's just it hasn't been shared. So I would just like to have access to what some of those concepts are, so that we can understand. And obviously we have the Eagle, and I'm kind of interested in size comparisons and placement, just from the standpoint of what's it going to look like.
So I guess what's the process ahead with this, Sheriff?
Yeah, go ahead, Jeff. You want to talk about it?
Definitely be size appropriate. We'll be transparent about this project and obviously give updates. Working together with the community on what's going to be best size wise, location of it. My idea at this point would be right underneath my window, which is if you're looking at our building, would be to the right of the front door, probably facing the Eagle. Wouldn't be as big as the Eagle.
Okay, all right. That seems appropriate.
Yeah. And then, probably Supervisor Turnbull said something with, we talked about the idea of having pavers if we're gonna ask for community donations for this, a bench, but something that's definitely looks beautiful and appropriately memorializes the canines that have worked here over the years.
Great, wonderful, love it. Any other questions or comments? All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Sheriff. Let's go ahead and take public comment on this item.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment on item number 22. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anyone in the boardroom wish to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, let's go online.
Not taking public comment from online participants. Not taking public comment from 525.
Welcome back.
Glad to be back. Thank you. Lael Bennett Koshan, Pollock Pines. On retirement, I added a wonderful German Shepherd companion who didn't pass his police dog training, but hey, he still has a lot of good attributes. I'm just urging the board to ask a few somewhat challenging questions. This is a wonderful idea, but more important from my perspective is what I call a living memorial. Canines, when they retire, traditionally are taken in by their handlers, become an even more beloved member of the family, but have very significant, sometimes up to $5,000 end-of-life care costs from their service to the public. And El Dorado County, at least in my research, has a canine association, but the links are not active. So before we go after private donations and create this sort of memorial, I urge you to be sure that the living memorial is in place, that we don't replicate some of the shortfalls we read about where veterans don't get what they need, even though we have a lovely veterans memorial, and folks that retire after long years of service in either private or public entities also end up feeling forgotten and some of their needs falling through the cracks. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thanks for your comments.
Not taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Good morning.
Hi, everyone. I just definitely want to voice my agreement. I think this is a wonderful idea. Thankfully, I've been able to meet a lot of the canines, and they do a great work for our community. They're great at outreach events and things like that as well, because who doesn't love a dog? I guess some people, but not me. I love them. I also like the idea in the discussion of the memorial to include a handler, because the handlers go through a lot of work and additional training in order to care for the canines and make sure that they're performing at a top level as well. So I definitely like the idea of including handler as well as canine, and I am looking forward to seeing the design when it comes up. Thank you.
Very good. Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, I will bring this back to the board, and Supervisor Turnbull.
Well, I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion that we place a monument near the entrance to the sheriff's, El Dorado County Sheriff's Office, public safety facility commemorating canine officers past and present, and direct facilities, a division of the Chief Administrative Office, staff to work with EDSO to design an appropriate monument.
Chair, for clarification,
Yes.
it's conceptual approval to do all of this. So CIO, help me out. What does that mean versus, it's conceptual versus do it? What,
Will it come back, for instance? Yeah.
all that? Can you help us out? Just so
I'm
we
not
know?
exactly sure, but I think the intent was to get board direction and concept before staff started proceeding with this effort.
Okay.
So,
Correct.
And our
before
staff
we,
is-
because you're still using facility staff resources and time.
Right.
True, right.
So,
But they'll be
um,
collaborating mainly, with the sheriff's office
That's
that's
right.
leading this
That's
project,
right.
correct?
Yes,
Yes.
correct.
Got it. That
But-
makes sense.
Yeah, but we
Yeah.
can't allocate our staff resources
That's
without
right.
board direction.
Yep.
So, okay.
So will it come back for final approval the way you see it backing up?
I think if you, yes, I'm looking
I would-
at it.
I would think it would have to,
Laurel's
but-
shaking her head, yes.
but I don't know.
Cannot
Yeah,
see,
okay.
but I'm looking in the audience and the amazing Laura Schwartz is saying,
Laura,
yes.
just kind of give us like a brief, just really quick, like a rundown of how do you see this going?
Right.
Just
How do these things work? Very
Yeah.
good.
Come on
Hi,
down,
Laura.
Laura.
Thanks for coming down.
Yeah, so we before we actually, got started on the, looking at how large of a pad do we need to pour? We wanted to come to the board just to get that conceptual approval to have staff begin working with the sheriff's office on, kind of what the sizing, where we would place it, you know, the requirements for the actual monument. So we want to go through that process and then we can bring back, you know, what it's
What it's gonna
ultimately
look
going to
like.
look like
Excellent.
for board approval
Right.
at that time.
Perfect. Thank
Okay,
you for
that's
that.
good. Sure.
So with that, I'll second the
Sounds
items.
good. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right,
Thank you.
we'll look forward to this. Thank
Thank you,
you.
Laura.
Thanks, Laura.
All right, our next item's a 11 a.m. time allocation. So
We can
that's
take a
about
break?
10 minutes, 9 minutes. So let's take a break and we'll be back at 11 for our 11 o'clock item. Thank you. El Dorado County, we are back for our 11 a.m. hearing. So Kim, can you please open this item?
Item number 24 is a hearing from Environmental Management Department recommending the board, one, conduct a hearing to consider the annual report of delinquent mandatory refuse collection fees from South Lake Tahoe Refuse Company, and to adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution confirming the annual report of delinquent mandatory refuse collection fees for South Tahoe Refuse Company. Supervisor Thomas, can you please open the hearing?
Absolutely. With that, I open this public hearing. And I believe our
Yes,
environmental
good
management
afternoon,
director
board.
is online. Yeah, perfect. Hi, good afternoon,
Yes,
Jeff.
good afternoon. Kim, I can't start my video. It says videos the host has stopped it.
You should be able to start it now.
Okay, there we go.
See you now.
Good afternoon from the East Coast in Georgetown, Delaware.
Excellent.
So, yes, so refuse collection has been mandatory in the unincorporated area of the Lake Tahoe Basin since 1972, and it reduces illegal disposal, provides for collection, recycling, and yard waste programs that support the county's compliance with state regulations, as well as institute a consolidated and single refuse collection rate within these areas. The parcel owners are required to provide payment for this mandatory refuse collection and disposal fee. However, in the past, there have been numerous delinquent accounts which have led to a lien process. And since its institution, the lien process has greatly reduced the amount of bad debt resulting from property owners not paying the mandatory refuse collection fees that are more than 90 days past due. South Tahoe Refuse makes every effort to collect on these past due bills before initiating the lien process. And this includes a combination of courtesy letters and telephone calls to customers to resolve these past due payments. In addition to the standard noticing, the notices for this fiscal year 24-25 lien process were provided to the property owners as listed on Exhibit A to the resolution as follows. On May 8th, the notices of possible lien proceedings were sent by certified mail. On June 4th, the notices of appeal hearing regarding the possible lien proceedings were mailed to each delinquent account holder. On June 17th, the appeal hearing was conducted at the Environmental Management Office in South Lake Tahoe with staff from EMD and STR, and no appeals were received at this hearing. July 10th, the notices of lien proceedings for unpaid accounts were mailed to each delinquent account holder who have not yet brought their account current. The noticing required with the lien proceedings has resulted in a decrease average in the number of delinquent accounts and balances over the years, and has prevented just under $65,000 from being written off as bad debt by STR between 2018 and 2023. Therefore, helping to stabilize the refuse collection rates to a greater degree. Environmental Management would recommend the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign this resolution confirming the annual report of delinquent accounts, mandatory refuse collection fees for South Tahoe Refuse, establishing the delinquent amounts as special assessments and providing for the collection thereof in the same manner as the county's ad valorem property taxes as provided by the county's solid waste management ordinance.
All right, and does that complete your presentation?
That does complete it. And if we have any questions from South Tahoe Refuse, I believe John Marchini's the only one maybe in the audience there, but he's the representative from South Tahoe Refuse today.
Excellent. We'll appreciate you being with us today. Excellent. Thank you very much for walking us through what this item is before us today. And Supervisor Lane, since this is your business, your district, any further comments on this?
No, not at this time. I do think that this process, though, has really helped South Tahoe Refuse be able to collect these fees. They've been mandatory since the city was incorporated way back when, and back in the 60s for the unincorporated part of the county as well. And I just really appreciate John D. Marchini being with us today in case you have any questions. I appreciate you making the effort to be down here.
Yes, that's a commitment. Any questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, I just have one, and maybe it's for Mr. DiMartini. Historically,
Marchini, not Martini.
Marchini. Marchini?
Wishful thinking.
Martini.
I thought it was happy hour already. Darn it.
Okay, come on down.
So the question is, are you seeing trends that would increase other people who are not paying their normal revenue? Is that increasing? Is it staying stable? I'm always looking at trends. Are we seeing something that's shifting one direction or another?
I believe from this process, I'm sorry, good morning.
Good morning.
Chair, Hello, Commissioners. My name is John Marchini. I'm a Celtal Refuse. And I believe since the lien process has been put in place, the trend is going downwards from what
Right.
our customers are.
Excellent. That's what I wanted to hear. That means it's effective as opposed to people are protesting. They're just not here to protest things. So it seems like it's operating well. And that's what I really wanted, some certainty in that things haven't changed because of other considerations like bears, but.
And then, the cool part is that then we're not writing off, like Jeff had said, all that debt, which then contributes to potentially higher increases for the majority, for all of our customer base.
That's really important. And I appreciated hearing that, there's a rigorous process in place regarding notifications and due process, and that no appeals have been filed on those that are before us today, which is important to recognize. Director Warren, did you have additional considerations to comment on?
Yes, actually, I believe attachment D will show a trend chart goes back to fiscal year 16-17 to the present.
Okay.
And it shows the first notice to the second notice to the third notice, and it does give the difference in the percentage by year. So if we go through that and look, we can definitely see that through the years, the amounts are getting lower and lower. And with each proceeding, as some people do like to hold on to their funds until the last minute, we do see with the first, second, and third notice, we do see that hasn't decreased as well.
Excellent.
Excellent. Thank you. I'll take a look at D just to understand what's done historically. Thank you.
All right, excellent. Did you have anything else to add?
No.
Okay,
Thank you
great.
so much for having me here this morning.
You bet. Thank you. So we'll take public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 24, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
I'm not seeing anyone in the boardroom that would like to speak on public comment, so let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
Very good. With that, I will bring this back. I will close the public hearing and bring this back to the board for consideration and action. What is the will of the board?
I would go ahead and move approval as presented by staff.
Second. All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right.
Thank you.
So much. And Mr. Marchini, thank you so much for being with us. Have a have a beautiful drive home. All right. So with that, we have almost about 50 minutes until we have our lunch break. So I suggest we go into closed session at this time.
Yeah.
So at this point, the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 26 through 30 as specified on our agenda. And anyone who wishes to provide comments on these matters may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session items, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There is no public comment.
All right. With that, we will be back at 1 p.m. for our open forum. Thank you. All right, thank you, Kim. Well, good afternoon, El Dorado County. We are back for our afternoon session. And before we move on to open forum, County Council, do we have any report outs from closed session?
Yes, Madam Chair. The board completed closed session items 27, 28, and 29. And there is reportable action on items 27 and 28, both of which relate to the national opioid litigation, formerly known as County of El Dorado versus AmerisourceBergen Drug Corporation. On item 27, on a 5-0 vote, the Board of Supervisors approved the county's participation in the national settlement with the Kroger Company and authorized the Chief Administrative Officer to execute the participation forms and any other documents necessary to effectuate the county's participation in that settlement. On item 28, the board, on a 5-0 vote, the Board of Supervisors authorized amending the current complaint or initiating separate litigation to include additional pharmacies, manufacturers, and distributors as defendants. Additional details concerning this matter can be made available following amendment of the complaint or commencement of separate litigation. That concludes my report.
Very good. Thank you. All right, with that, Kim, let's move into open forum, please.
Not taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good afternoon.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. Nowhere in the First Amendment does it permit the government to limit speech in order to avoid causing offense, safeguarding government secrets, or protecting government officials. When we first met with Sheriff D'Agostini in 2011, he said, "You need a new board of supervisors, all of them. Hold their feet to the fire. Mine too. I work for you." Wendy Thomas, I'm now holding your feet to the fire. Last week, I submitted into the public record an affidavit addressed to George Turnboo's former planning commissioner, Chris Payne. When I finished speaking, I asked if he had any comments to please make them while I was at the podium. Hearing none, I returned to my seat. Afterwards, you again abused the public trust, falsely claiming that the county is not affiliated with the Taxpayers Association. Mandatory ethics training should have taught you that the Brown Act rights of the public states care must be given to avoid violating the speech rights of speakers by suppressing opinions relevant to the business of the body. These decisions found that prohibiting critical comments was a form of viewpoint discrimination, and that such a prohibition promoted discussion artificially geared towards praising and maintaining the status quo, thereby foreclosing meaningful public dialogue. I will not remain docile and quiet about corruption, nor will you have the last word in this matter. The Taxpayers Association most certainly is relevant to the business of the body. The public has a right to know that many of Mr. Payne's unlawful actions against me occurred while he was still a planning commissioner. Several TPA members are government officials or BOS appointees to various boards, commissions, and committees. For example, planning commissioners Andy Nevis, Lexi Boger, and Bob Williams. Steve Ferry is a director for the EDH CSD. Supervisor Lori Parlin is a member who regularly attends TPA meetings, which she reports to the BOS. All have taken oaths requiring they abide by the supreme law and superseding authority of the national constitution. Clearly, these government agents have something to hide by conspiring to conduct TPA business like a secret society and under the color of law. For example, after the July 1st meeting, when John McGinnis was the guest speaker, it was revealed that Chris Payne colluded with Lee Tannenbaum, Carol Lewis, and other directors in yet another secret tribunal for the purpose of my character assassination. Lee projected onto the overhead screen his nefarious plan to censor and destroy me, and the plot was implemented with the full knowledge and cooperation of the BOS, County Council, and the Mountain Democrat. Your conspiracy against my rights severely impaired the public trust, thus revealing your lust for power over the citizens whom you profess to serve. Madam Clerk, please enter this into the public record.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in open forum? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are all of you
Good, thank
on
you.
this hot day? I'm Carol Lewis. I'm here representing the Taxpayers Association as a past president and a director and interim secretary. And one of our, someone in the community gave us a letter and asked us to submit it to you, which you will have a copy of and enter into the record. And so I would like to read it to you. This is from a letter we received July 21st, 24, from a concerned citizen who did not want to be subjected to one of Miss Lane's accusatory rants. To whom it may concern, Melody Lane's assertion that Chairman Wendy Thomas on July 16th, 2024, made a false statement when she said the county is not affiliated with the Taxpayers Association. That statement is incorrect. Keep in mind that the association is a 501c4, not a C3. Ms. Lane we did the following search. Our question was, is a 501c4 subject to the Brown Act? And by your implication affiliated, the answer for the First Amendment coalition, A private entity will be subject to the Brown Act only if it was either A, created by a governmental body in order to exercise governmental authority delegated to it, or B, both receives funds from and shares a board member with a local government agency, Government Code Section 54952C1. From the above, it appears the taxpayers is not subject to the Brown Act in that it was not created by a government body and it does not both receive funds from nor share a board member with the Board of Supervisors. It therefore is not an affiliate of the county. Chairman Thomas' assertion was accurate. Your accusation is not. Number two, from your aforementioned letter, there most certainly is a direct connection of the Taxpayers Association to El Dorado County government. Answer, direct connection. It is not a criterion. Only source of information, funding, and a shared board member as you see above. You violated the Brown Act by not permitting me to respond to your false assertion, and in so doing, you abused the public trust. We don't think your wild rants are without merit and should be ignored. The complete list of your accusations and the corresponding responses will be posted on the Taxpayers Association website. In closing, Compass to Truth appears to be a fiction. We can find no record that it is registered anywhere. So we would like to submit this to the record. We support Chairman Wendy Thomas' statements, and we look forward to working closely with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, seeing no other commenters in the boardroom, let's go online, please.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon.
Oh boy, oh boy. Ken Greenwood here from live from the Triple Junction, sweltering in 100-degree heat already. Sadly, the ridge top tends to hold hot air at this time of year. It's not coming from me. But anyway, Taxpayers Association, I don't know. Not associated with them in any way. But yeah, it doesn't sound like they're a governmental agency, but it is part of the, I hate to use the word swamp, but anyway, moving on. WTF. Here we are again. And I appeared before the Diamond Springs El Dorado Advisory Committee the other day. Sadly, they were unable to hear the item due to a lack of a quorum and a recusal by Mr. Zeller, since his son is doing the presentation for the applicant. Anyway, I discussed the fallover setback with them and the lack of a fallover setback as a really good way to make these projects much better. and get them up on top of the hill instead of down in the valley like most of them end up being. Why? Because there's power lines and AT&T phone lines leading right to them. Costs a lot of money to run it up to the hilltop, doesn't it? AT&T, Verizon, etc. Yes, it does, and we don't want to do that, and therefore we will declare that this location is not suited. No, it is the best location, and therefore it needs to be included in the analysis, regardless of cost. And that is just a basic CEQA alternative analysis requirement that has been ignored by the County of El Dorado during their deliberation of these projects. So once again, we're failing our people. Yeah, we all want service. I wished I had better reception. I wish Verizon hadn't shut down that previous mountain cellular tower that was near my house. I used to have great reception. Now I got one bar. Anyway, not anti-WTF, but I am for putting them where they should be to provide the best service for most people. Thank you very much. We'll be back.
Thanks for being with us.
And now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Good afternoon.
Hello, everybody. Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. So first of all, for our El Dorado Hills Area Planning Advisory Committee meeting, EDH APAC, that was held this month, Karen Garner and Rafael Martinez both attended. It was greatly appreciated that they would be willing to make time for that kind of public outreach and us being able to engage with them and hear things that are of concerns. During that meeting, there were a few things that I'd suggested for Ms. Gardner, and I just want to share some of them here. The whole idea being to help the planning department kind of be more cohesive with the community, maybe, and maybe preempt some of the things and concerns that come about with information and sharing it and making it available. So one of the ideas was to have a calendar of other agencies and the meetings that they have on a regular basis. So one example was there was a Generations project meeting that was held the same night as the El Dorado Hills CSD meeting. That makes it difficult for people to try to prioritize which meetings to attend or not. A couple other items were just having a clear checklist of items reviewed by planning staff for decision making, and then having that available as a public document so that everyone can see at what point decisions were made, why they were made, things like that. Also, one of the things that has come up regularly is in development projects, when the information comes out, we know there's a TAC meeting, but what we find is some of the departments and agencies don't even bother responding to the TAC request. I think it's really important that all of the agencies within our government pay attention to the things that are important to the people and have their voice heard so that those things are not questioned as they come out. Finally, also in that meeting, Supervisor Hydall, there was a comment made about the general plan, one that a lot of people, most people haven't read it. I would disagree with that. A lot of us have. But also that there was a reference to the term of rural character and the fact that actually it is only in the introduction of the general plan and other elements. So I just want to confirm that in fact, the term rural character is included in the circulation element, the land use element, the housing element, and the economic development element. In addition to that, there's some other types of references, which refers to open character, rural in character, rural nature, and rural lifestyle. So all of this, anyways, I just want to get that out. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, excellent. Thank you all. All right, with that, we are ready for our 1:15 time allocation, which I see the participants are ready to come in. So we are ready for probation, if they can hear me at all in the lobby. Thanks, Allison. We are ready for probation. Welcome. Sure, that is quite a get up. All right.
That is.
Go ahead and read the item as probation is filing in. You can stay right there.
Those are big pancakes he's making. Wow. Or hamburgers, one of the two, right?
This is actually a very normal size spatula. I'm just a smaller size cheese.
I see. Okay, you got it.
All right, Kim, open this up, please.
Item number 25 comes from the Probation Department recommending the board receive a presentation on probation services week.
So good afternoon, Chief Richard.
Good afternoon.
I assume you're not bringing us lunch.
Y'all. Not. I am bringing you greetings from South Lake Tahoe, however, where this morning, this was in action, cooking pancakes and
Nice.
bacon and eggs. It was all over the place. It was a wonderful little event for Probation Parole Supervision Week. And apparently I'm sharing the wrong screen with you.
I bet it was glorious in Tahoe.
Yes, I'm sharing the screen.
I bet it was glorious in Tahoe too.
It was absolutely beautiful this morning, as you can imagine, and I highly recommend it.
We were here, sorry.
Let's give this one a try.
How nice.
There we go.
Great.
That'll work. Yeah. Madam Chair, members of the board, Brian Richard, Chief Probation Officer, occasional chef. And it's good to be with you today. I am recently down from the basin. I was up there this morning. We were having our, and Brooke, we missed you. I'm so sorry you didn't make it for
You
pancakes.
planned it on the day that I'm down here. I
You
know
could have
did that
remoted
on
in
purpose.
today. Today was the day to remote in, as a matter of fact. Yeah, it was the beginning, one of the first events of our Probation Parole Supervision Week, celebrating the services of our staff here in the county, conducting our probation services. You know, I love to brag on my staff. That's why I'm here today. Last night, I was up in the basin and we were serving a meal at Bread and Broth to probably looked like about 75 folks that had come in out of the heat for a fresh meal. And I was on salad duty. I didn't fail. I was really impressed that I got salad into everybody's trays and not dumped into their entree. It was a nice evening. I got to meet a lot of the community up in South Lake Tahoe, special folks, and they were really appreciative of everything that Bread and Broth does up there. And we partnered with Bread and Broth and sponsored the meal last night through the Probation Officers Association and the South Lake Tahoe staff field office, the JTC up there. And it was just nice to get together with staff and again, serve the community just in a different way. So really appreciated it. Going to scroll through my presentation real quick. I'm going to share with y'all and the public some of the things that we try to share each and every year to remind people about what probation actually is in the community and how it has an effect and an impact on the community. This particular week, we are celebrating probation, parole, pretrial supervision across the nation. Here in the state of California, it was recognized by Governor Gavin Newsom through a proclamation of the governor's office, and recognized by the state legislature for the work that we are providing in each and every community. In California, probation services are a little bit different than they are across the nation. In most other states, probation services is actually a state function. State probation and parole serve together. In California, it's just the opposite, and almost exactly the opposite in that local probation provides parole services as well. We call it post-release community supervision, or PRCS. You know it as realignment from 2011, but we are supervising a number of our community members who are returning home from state prison on parole, but in fact have been converted into a probation term for at least 1 year. And that is part of the adult supervision process in which probation takes a part. That's different than when I started back in the mid-90s, when we only did formal probation services and informal probation services. And that has expanded greatly over my career over the last 25 years. The number of people that we now supervise has been reduced, but the populations for which we are responsible has expanded greatly, both on the juvenile side and on the adult side. you know us as the folks that serve the community in a variety of ways. We have victim services, we have services for families, we have services for kids, we have services for adults. We largely produce community protection through avoiding the next victim. That's largely what probation is responsible for, is ensuring that the next time somebody might be in the position to want to commit a crime, that they choose a different path because of the work that they've been doing with their probation officer, maybe through the day reporting center or through the work that they are receiving as a supportive service from their probation officer, not just as a supervision service, but as a guide to receiving other community services that are helping them with housing, community supports, transportation, education, those types of things. That's really the modern day probation officer. But the job has always been about people, whether it's colleague to colleague or probation officer to client or partner to partner in the community. We are in the human service business, have been since the beginning. It's just we finally figured it out about 25 years ago, that we really are in the people serving business. We are a human service agency first and foremost, who serve as public peace officers as well. So all the responsibilities and authority of all the peace officers in the state of California, but in a different way. We actually are responsible for serving on the back end of the system in adult and throughout the system in juvenile. Just as a reminder, our juvenile services go from beginning to end, from when a child first becomes sort of a pre-delinquent person who comes to the attention of law enforcement or school officials, and probation can provide supportive services to families to help divert their kids from a probation term or from a court case. Probation's involved in those conversations and helps guide people to services without the authority of the court behind us at that point, just the authority of the probation department. Through the legislative actions, we have the ability to work with families and help them in a pre-delinquency status. Of course, we work all the way through the system. I was just sharing with somebody from the media this morning up in Tahoe that we just released a 23-year-old into the community after serving about 7 years with us in our detention facility and working with our probation officers to mature, become an adult in the community, attend college, get a job, learn how to navigate his way through the community. And he is now still under our supervision, but out in the community in South Lake Tahoe. And that was, like I said, after multiple years long commitment in our detention center, because there are no more state entities responsible for juveniles in the state of California. That all ended about 4 or 5 years ago. And now we're responsible for those kids as well. So we take them throughout the entirety of the gamut of the juvenile justice system. Not so with the adults, of course. We don't do pre-crimes services in the community per se, but we do pre-conviction services. So pre-trial release, we're responsible for recommendations to the court around pre-trial release, who we think is the most likely to return to court and the least likely to commit a crime while on a pre-release status before they go through their trial or are convicted of a crime, all the way up through the monitoring of those persons who are in the community. Those are all of the pre-probation services that we're responsible for. And then providing recommendations to the court, of course, as to what we think should happen in a criminal case. Mostly felony cases, some misdemeanor cases, some high-risk misdemeanor cases, where we provide reports to the court with recommendations suggesting either probation or a prison term, local jail sentence, runs the gamut of options. And of course, all of the alternatives to incarceration. So we only have so much of that precious space in the jails. And it has to be reserved for the people that we most need to keep in custody in order to prevent further harm to the community. For those others who are less likely to commit additional crimes, we release them to the community, but under the supervision of the probation department. And perhaps that's with electronic monitoring tools that are the responsibility of probation services, and sometimes not, most often not, usually just with the supervision of a probation officer who, again, is providing that connection to other services in the community as a gateway into other social services, but also as a coach and a mentor to try and keep them on track while they are receiving those services and making those adjustments in behavior that we hope to see while we have people on under probation services. Excuse me. As I mentioned, there are a whole variety of types of services in which we engage in order to keep people moving in the right direction. We have a lot of partnerships in order to do that, but we also provide a lot of services ourselves. through our day reporting center, we are connecting people with education, workforce development, behavioral health treatment, drug treatment. We also work with people who are actually under the supervision of the parole authority of the state of California. We provide services here locally because CDCR does not provide services locally. For people that are under the supervision of parole, they are very fortunate if they have the opportunity to come to the day reporting center and receive direct services and help reduce their recidivism and help hopefully prevent them from returning back to prison or from committing another crime in the community and winding up either back in jail or in prison under another commitment. So we're hopeful to reduce that next victim again by working with people under the parole authority. Now we do that with the benefit of financing directly from CDCR and through the Sacramento County Office of Education, who has a contract with CDCR to help provide preventative services here in our jurisdiction. So again, partnerships are a big part of how we gain success here in the county. We call it a synthetic approach to probation. It's a blending of many, many things that help make people successful. And of course, there's an underlying philosophy to all of that. Underpinning all the services that we provide in the community is really an ethos, if you will. We value people more than anything else. We will find a way to help somebody, not regardless of regulation or regardless of the law, or regardless of restrictions, but in spite of them, we will find ways to get people to the places they need to be, whether that's through helping them with transportation, or helping them through a provision of housing services, or the provision of you name it. If there is something that is a barrier, it is our job to get those barriers out of their way. And that goes all the way up through leadership. It is my job to get the barriers to my staff out of the way so that they can provide those services to people. If that's a budgetary issue, if that's a regulatory issue, if that's a resource issue, it's my job to make sure they have what they need to get their job done and everything that is in their way to get it out of their way. And that ethos runs through the department. We look for ways to get to yes, not just start out with no, that's really improbable or not possible. So recognizing that we are in the human service field, we do all of that with a sense of compassion and humanity. Now, we have to be the authority figure in the room. We know that. That is our role and our primary responsibility, public safety. But it can be done in a variety of ways. And when you do it with not just the ends in mind, but the person in mind, it changes how you interact with somebody. It actually guides you in the manner in which you have a conversation. When the person sitting in front of you is somebody's brother, sister, son, daughter, you treat them differently than if they're just an object to you. And so we really focus heavily on not objectifying our clients, but humanizing our clients and humanizing the victims that were created as a result of the crimes that our clients created. Recognizing family members as moms and dads, sisters and brothers, as opposed to people that have to be dealt with in us dealing with a juvenile who's been placed on probation. Humanizing those people, humanizing each other is where that all begins. Making sure we take care of each other in the probation department, making sure that we take care of our partners that are partnered with the probation department, making sure that we pay attention to the people that are providing services to our clients. All of this stuff starts with a mindset and it starts with a way of being. And that's what our department is all about, is maintaining that way of being and that mindset so that we do better versions of our work in the community rather than the type of work that I was handed 27 years ago. Here's your keys, here's your computer, here's your caseload, go to it, kiddo. That is a thing of the past. We have exceptionally well-trained staff who have been continue annually to receive regular updates in their training, not just the public safety training, which we place a huge emphasis on because officer safety is a major component of what we do. Public safety is a major component of what we do. And we have to be prepared for all things, especially in a small county, but also training in all evidence-based practices and ensuring that we know what we're doing when it comes to the best practices in community corrections, and that we're on the lookout for the next best practice because it's an ever-evolving profession. And it's an ever-evolving practice. And we have to look at it that way. We consider ourselves those that are responsible for staying on top of the best practices in community corrections, not just doing what we did yesterday, but keeping our eyes out for what we should be doing tomorrow. And in that theme, I'm going to hand this over to at least one, if not a couple of my staff. I see Rich, I don't see Bryant. We have a peer support program within our department, part of the wellness process in our department. This was a staff-sponsored initiative many years ago in the probation department after I arrived, but not too long after, where staff recognized that there was benefit in peer-to-peer support, not just referring somebody out for work with a clinician, although that's oftentimes necessary because the work we do is a very difficult and complicated work. Somebody asked me last night at the event with Bread and Broth, they said, well, isn't that a really hard job? And I stopped for a second. I wanted to give her an honest answer. And I said, it's not hard in the sense that I love what I do and I always have. And so from that perspective, it's an easy job to do because I really appreciate what I get to do and I love what I do. I love the people that I do it with and I love the people that we do it for. But it's an extremely complicated job. It is that synthetic approach to community corrections means you have to be a little bit of everything. You have to be a cop. You have to be a teacher, a social worker, a parent, an educator, a coach, a mentor, a clinician in some ways. And that is a very tall order. That is a high calling and it's very difficult work. So yeah, it's a hard job. And the people that do it need to be recognized and they need to be appreciated. I appreciate them greatly, but they also need to be taken care of. And our peer support program is one of those ways in which we are able to help take care of our staff before things get out of hand, before it goes too far. Becoming emotionally distanced from other people is a potential outcome of working in this job because of who we're working with, when we're working with them, which is sometimes and very often the lowest point in their life. It is a difficult, grinding situation that can actually play on your soul a bit. And so the peer support program is one of those ways where peer to peer, we can begin to recognize people for their humanity and say, are you okay? Not take the, yeah, I'm fine, obligatory answer, but say, no, again, I'm asking you if you're okay. I really want to know. I really care. And so with that, since this is 100% peer driven, I want to turn it over to one of my deputies, Rich Austin, who's one of the founders of this initiative. Rich.
Thank you, Chief Richard. Thank you for being with us this afternoon.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Can you guys hear me okay?
We sure can. Aw.
My name is Rich Austin, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen. I came to the probation department about 9 years ago. I am a retired police officer from Southern California. I came up here with to lateral to EDSO. In about 4 months on the job, I got diagnosed with PTSD. So I took a year off. When I was light duty, when the county was trying to figure out what to do with me, they put me over at probation. I sat there and made some friends. Apparently I impressed the chief.
There you go.
I guess so.
I fully retired. He asked me to come back and work for him part-time. I've been doing that for 9 years now. I got into the peer support team in 2016. I was already a peer support member with my original agency since 2010. It's true and dear to my heart now, being diagnosed with PTSD 10 years ago, to take the reins and really make sure that we've got an awesome team to make sure that all the personnel with probation and actually outside of probation are all taken care of. All of our peer support members go through a 2 or 3 day course. It covers everything from work incident stress to possible suicides. So we cover a whole big gamut of different issues within probation. Our team is actually gone outside of our probation family. We reached out to the preschool up in Pollock Pines when the kids were hit by the car over a year ago. And then recently, and I know it's a hot topic with you guys, is the mountain lion attack up in Pollock. We actually reached out, or actually the fire department personnel reached out to our team, and we went up there and talked to some of the fire personnel to make sure that they were doing okay also with that incident. So we're kind of far stretching. Our main goal is basically the employees and their family members within the peer support team of the probation department. And we take it very seriously. We have 14 members. So on the photograph, up or down. So on the
Yeah.
upper right is members up in Tahoe. We have 14 members total. The bottom left are the members down in the Shingle Springs office, and then the one all by his lonesome because he couldn't make it for the original photograph is Bryant Shreve. He is my co-coordinator and my technical person for all the different things that we do for visual, Zoom and things of that nature, so that we can have our monthly meetings with the Tahoe
Nice.
folks and our folks down here at the bottom, so we're all on the same page when it comes to certain information and training. We go all over the place. We got big conferences that we go to in San Diego that are week long. The Peer Support Public Safety Association. It's about 800 people from all over the world talking about the different things that we do that are the problems within different agencies. It's everything fire department, law, police departments, and probation. And then some other entities, other agencies who are trying to get their peer support team together. So we network a whole lot out there and get a lot of people from within the U.S. and outside the U.S. Cortico. So Cortico is a wellness app that we use. It's been used. It's kind of a 50-50 thing, the way some of our employees look at it. Concern seems to be up and coming, and a lot of people are looking at that. But if there's any complaints, we take it in, we talk to whoever it is that there are issues that might come up regarding if they're having problems getting on board, whatever it is it may be, to get a hold of certain apps or things such as therapists or appointments. And then last but not least, this county is about to be the third in the state to have a regional peer support group. Ventura and San Diego both have one that involved their fire department, police department, animal control. San Diego, the same thing. Myself and Bryant, my co-coordinator, were invited to Sacramento Metro Fire Department's peer support group, which consisted of fire agencies from all over Northern California. And we liked the way it was set up. So we started contacting multiple agencies within the county, told them what we wanted to do. And not only that, but we started getting contacted by smaller agencies outside of our county that are still within driving distance, Sutter Creek being one of the furthest. So peer support is a big deal amongst law enforcement. Our resources go a little bit further than what some would think. Instead of having to go talk to a therapist, you can talk to one of us, because some of us have been through certain situations that they're going through, and we can explain to them, what's best for them or what we think they should do through personal opinion and our own experiences with therapists and service dogs. I think that's about it. I don't know if you have any questions.
It's fascinating to hear what you do, and the fact you have a team of 14 folks supporting not only the probation department, but our other, justice partners and service partners in the community. So just tremendous work. I can see how important your work would be, and it sounds like Chief Richard found just the person to lead this team. So
thank you.
Thank you so much.
There's another peer support coordinator in the room. Other duties kind of take them away from spending more time because it's a voluntary program. And then we'll bring in somebody else who's got the time, and that's me this time.
Remarkable work.
Our team has evolved a lot in the last 5 or 6 years, and it gets better and better. Now that we have a service dog for the team, we take her wherever she needs to go and whoever asks for her. So it's been a year and a half, actually a year and a couple months of training for her to be a full-fledged service dog, and a lot of training. So she's actually a rescue from our animal control here.
Oh, I love that. Love that.
So,
Well,
yeah.
Thank you so much for helping us
Thank you.
understand.
I do have one
what you
quick
do.
question.
Yes, sir.
The application of the Cortico app, are you actually getting people who are asking for help through the app? They have the app, they see it, you respond, and is that the way it works? Or are you entering information that goes into the app that people can pull from?
As far as I know, they're going into the app to get information for therapy or things of that nature.
Okay.
Either having problems getting the therapist, to set up an appointment. That's a problem I think what's happening within most therapists is just appointments. Some are
Okay.
like, I've heard like 6 weeks to 2 months as far as getting an appointment, and we need something a little bit quicker for some of the folks. So we go to outside resources, and then, like I said, concern seems to be something that more therapists are kind of going to and easier.
Makes
Is
sense.
what we're being told. So
Very good. I like to see the technology applied, is guess what I'm getting to.
That
Because
would've been
that'll reach
Brian.
more people than just word of mouth, right?
That would have been my
Ultimately.
co-coordinator, but yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
And that was all I had for you today. I just wanted to reiterate once again, I mean, you have an amazing probation department. Your staff are on top of it and providing world-class community correction services in this community. I came here 10 years ago and said, you know, my goal was to build the best probation department in the state of California. And where there may be some that are as good, there are none that are better. These people are phenomenal and amazing, and I appreciate being able to work with them. It's been 10 years now, and I don't regret 1 minute of it. It has been a phenomenal ride, and I just want to say thank you for the opportunity. So
Thank you, Chief
appreciate it, guys.
Richard. Any comments or questions from my colleagues?
No, just great. It's fantastic what you're doing. You know, it's funny. Was she ever the dog ever sworn in? Because there actually is, you know, to uphold the law and, you know, the constitutional laws of the United States and the state of California. So here is because the canine officers are sworn in.
It's true stuff.
Yeah.
My final comments before we take public comment on this. I was going to talk about this, but I need to today. I greatly appreciate our probation department. And I never fully appreciated what you do until this spring. My grandson was falsely accused and arrested and made his way to the JTC. I want to make it very clear he was not arrested by the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office. He spent 3 weeks in our JTC over February. So I know what it's like to go back and forth. We were there every other day, going back and forth, had to turn around on Highway 50 once because we couldn't make it there because of the snow. I now understand what you've been saying. I'm very grateful that through fierce defense of our public defender's office, the courts gave a factual finding of innocence, which cleared him of all charges. But the 3 weeks that he spent in your care was exceptional. Like I said, family was there every day, whether it was us or his folks, and everyone, and I don't think anyone knew who I was. We were all treated with great respect. Our grandson was safe. He was cared for. He got through this experience unscathed, and he could hardly wait to go back to school. And you took such good care of him that he wanted to go back to school with an ankle monitor. For a 7th grader to go back to school with an ankle monitor for a week speaks to your care. I'm very grateful. You did an exceptional job that made a big difference in our family's life. And you do this for everyone in your care. We did not get exceptional treatment. We didn't get a preferential treatment. I don't think anyone knew he was my grandson. Thank you. Thank you for your care for our community, because it made a huge difference in our life, made a difference in his life, and greatly appreciate what you do.
I hope every grandparent feels that way about what they experience.
Me
So
too.
thank you
Yeah.
for sharing that.
Pleasure. Thank you. So with that, let's take public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 25, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anyone like to speak? Oh yeah, please come on down. And because you're part of the public, so we're not going to impose a 3-minute limit on you. You're part of the presentation, yeah.
Oh, your microphone. There you
Oh, there you
go.
go. Just turn it on. There you go.
There you
Now
go.
it's on?
Thanks.
Yes.
Once again, I gotta go up against the chief and a dog now. so
Yeah.
I can't win. I'm the president of the El Dorado County Probation Officers Association. And I actually had no idea what the chief was going to talk about today. And it kind of ends up being on the same lines as what I was thinking. So with that, last year I addressed you regarding the raises that we received and how much of a difference that made immediately in our lives. With those raises, I also told you that there's going to be a long-term effect of in the next 2 to 3 years, we would be losing 1/3 of our department and over 700 years of experience. Well, Board of Supervisors, you have made a difference to our officers, and they come to me and they tell me, now I can retire and enjoy life after retirement. With retirement comes succession planning, and boy, this department has been doing massive succession planning on many levels, so there's no lapse in safety and protection to the community and the people we serve. With succession planning is to replace the old guard, and we are now hiring new and well-qualified officers. As we headed into PPS week, I reflected on my past 30 years in law enforcement. And I also found it interesting as the executive director of the American Probation and Parole Association wrote of wellness unveiled in navigating the journey. I also reflected of how we as change agents take care of everyone else, but we often fail to take care of ourselves. How can we take care of our clients if we are not our best? How do probation officers navigate their journey? I myself will be one of the probation officers retiring at the end of this year. Over 30 years in law enforcement has flashed before my eyes. How did I navigate it? Well, I know how I navigated it through my faith in God. Oh, believe me, I've prayed a lot for strength. I'm not the biggest CPO on the block here. Family, friends, pets like Goody. She brings joy into our office. But most importantly, as I look towards our probation family's future, how will our new officers navigate their journey? I can tell you part of the answer is wellness to an officer. Every officer is different. 20, 30 years ago, wellness for an officer was mostly unheard of. There was no wellness programs, no workout programs or option. There was no peer support. There was no support animals to lead officers for a better balanced life. Board of Supervisors, you have further assisted in the wellness and the well-being of your officers and have shown value to our physical and mental health. Earlier this year, the county changed, at least for law enforcement, from the provider of MHN to Concern. I'm not sure if you understand the importance and the impact of the decision you and HR and our department made to move to Concern. I'll give you an example. MHN had one pool of therapists and counselors. Concern has 2 pools of counselors and therapists, one of which specialized in trauma-informed and trauma-based therapy for officers when needed. Our officers, we write reports on rape, murder, molest. We go out on searches, we serve warrants. People have pulled weapons on us, and thank God we haven't been involved in an officer-involved shooting. And sometimes officers need a little help too. This affects us, but also our families. This year has brought much change in our probation family. We have shared many good times and laughs, and we have had tragedy and sadness of losing one of us in our Tahoe office. But with support, we are probation strong. In conclusion, under the bulletproof vest, the gun we carry, and behind the badge, and the title of Deputy Probation Officer, in the end, Board of Supervisors, we are also
And most importantly, we are human. We are brothers and sisters, aunts and uncles, cousins and grandparents, mothers and fathers. We are just trying to make a difference in our community and to the people in our families who we love dearly. On behalf of the POA, thank you for your continued support in developing an environment so we are not only in developing an environment to where not only our current officers, but our new generation officers will be able to thrive through their journey and recognize in your recognition of who we are and what we do. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it very much. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? All right, seeing none, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Welcome back.
Good afternoon. Kim Greenwood here from Triple Junction. Still hot. Great presentation, quite honestly. I was curious. I pulled it up. It looks good. I'm glad. Just for some background, back in the 70s, 74 through 77, I worked for the Forest Service up in Lake Tahoe. I was a lifeguard out at Cook Beach and Baldwin Beach, and also a level 2 law enforcement person for the Forest Service. That was 1, 2, and 3. 3 was the gun toter. We were the guy in the middle. Anyway, dealt with a lot of emergencies, drownings, talk about PTSD. If you've ever had to do mouth-to-mouth resuscitation as a part of CPR, you know what you know that sound, that taste in your mouth, you will never, ever forget and be able to leave. And it was a few years later after I graduated from college that I interviewed for the state parks people, and they are rangers, which is really, I was more natural resources oriented. But I just didn't want to be a cop because of all the disrespect, if you will, having a target on your back, if you will. I just didn't end up out in the woods tagging trees and doing water measurements and soil pits and stuff like that, which is what I ended up doing. More resource management, and that led me ultimately to work with the planning department, which has its own form of PTSD, but it's not like CPR. Anyway, I'm glad, and then also I've taken the Citizens Academy with the Sheriff's Department a couple of times, and I did not know until my last time around in 2017 that the suicide and the lack of brotherhood upon retirement and this and that is just a part of it. And I get it now. Absolutely. And, dealing with the frequent flyers and all of that has to get tiresome. And I'm glad that there are resources available. And I'm glad that they've kind of stepped out from behind the, that's, what do you mean you're going for therapy? Therapy works. And I'm glad that we're admitting, if you will, that this is an issue and that we're helping to resolve the situation. So thank you very much for your service. And again, I opted out.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Welcome back.
Hi, Leo Bennett, Koshan, Pollock Pines. First, happy probation service week to everybody, if happy is the correct adjective. I was certainly very happy and blessed to listen to the presentation and the testimonials from the chief, our chair, and from the union lead. Especially impressed by the succession training. That's like such an important part in good governance, and really impressed how on top your probation department is. And my only thought is, El Dorado County has so many things to be proud and honored by, and this is certainly one. So perhaps taking all of this and distilling it down so it's not the hour that you spent on it or 45 minutes to share at some of the regional functions that our various supervisors go to. This is a light that should be under a bushel. It needs to be on a stand. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, well, there's no board action, but just like to express our deep gratitude for your service to our community. And happy Probation Services Week. I love that. And is there any final comments from my colleagues?
I have one, I've said it before. I wish we could take and bottle this and take it down to the Navigation Center and apply it for that group of people who really need services. And I realize it's different, but yet it's related. So best practices are something we need to figure out how to spread across the organization. I don't know the answer to that, but that's the challenge, I guess, is how do we take something that's really going exceptionally well and move it to a different part of our organization and apply it in a similar manner. So that's kind of the challenge I would give you, Chief. How do we bottle this up and transport it to another site?
It's another
You don't have to
conversation for
answer.
another
It's
day.
just your challenge for the week, right?
Thank you for being with
Thank
us
you.
and for all you do. We appreciate you. All right. All right, so we have two more closed session items that we still need to hear is the, are we expecting any report outs? We're not. So board member updates before we go back into closed session?
Yeah.
Okay,
Sure,
who'd like to
yeah.
get us started?
I'll go.
All right, great.
Just two meetings to report. Last Wednesday, the 17th, we had the Southeast Connector JPA Raise Grant Award Celebration. It was $25 million. It was awarded through Congress. It was awarded by US DOT, but Congressman played a big role in it. So Congressman Ami Bera and Kevin Kiley were both in attendance. And that brings a significant amount of money. When you combine that with the $10 million that the three congressmen have identified to bring to the project, if that goes through, that'll be $55 million. The need is still like $120 million to complete it. And the regrettable part of this is none of that money comes to help El Dorado County. But anyway, it was a great event, and I think it just deserves notification. SACOG and a lot of other organizations are all starting to come together and really recognize the importance of that connector. So kudos for all of that. Then the second one was the Pioneer Community Energy meeting that was held. A couple of key things. We got a legislative activity and strategy presentation by the consultant that we're using, the consultant that works down, it's a lobbyist is what it really is. And the message was kind of twofold, but one clear message is that the state biomass funding is kind of disappearing and the focus is changing. So Pioneer is kind of doubling down in terms of what is the strategy to try to get this back into the visibility of the legislators and make something happen to keep the current programs going and expand them, because it seems like they lose focus every time funding disappears, they kind of shift to something else. So that was part of it. The other decision that was made is Pioneer was faced with making a rate adjustment, and actually it's a discount adjustment, but PG&E through the CPUC was granted the ability to do a rate reduction because I guess they found that they were collecting more monies than were necessary to pay for infrastructure, et cetera. So PG&E has announced there'll be a temporary rate reduction, and in order for Pioneer to maintain the same level of reserves as we've had in the past and in the year, we had to basically enact a discount reduction, which for El Dorado County and the city of Placerville, essentially it's retroactive to July 1st. Between July 1st and the end of this calendar year, the 19% differential will go to 13%. And that's to make sure the reserves continue to build up. And then hopefully, depending on what PG&E's next direction is, we can make the adjustment and get it back to the higher levels. So I just wanted to make people aware of that, but it was driven by a CPUC decision that seems like they overcollected. It should have been regulated before they overcollected, but that didn't happen. And so this is the adjustments that's necessary. So
All right. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Those are two big items. Supervisor Turnbull.
I was on vacation.
I know it.
That's
the best
I wish you
report of
guys
all.
would have been able to join me at
Us
Dillon Beach.
too.
It was absolutely beautiful and it was neat going up and playing golf in Bodega Bay. I need to get some more golf lessons. Especially I haven't played for over a year. So, but anyway, had a great time and I was thinking about you guys. I almost was going to text Lori.
Oh, yeah, he was really thinking about us,
thinking
yeah.
about that. I thought, would that be appropriate? See you, don't want to be you, or something like that. But anyway,
I would have shared that with you.
I know you would have. And I thought, well, I better not.
Well, glad you
So
could get
anyway,
away.
It was a great time, and I really appreciate that break. So I'm refreshed now.
That's
so.
important. That's
Yeah.
important for everyone. Great. Welcome back.
So while you were gone, I just have a few things. So last Tuesday, kind of following up with the senior aging presentation this morning, kind of interesting how my whole week last week tied into that almost, but the Divide Chamber of Commerce did have a mixer at our Marshall Divide Wellness Center in Georgetown last week. So I was just there and talking about all the great services that Marshall provides to the Divide through this little teeny tiny wellness center that most people don't know about. So Marshall is going to do a concerted effort to kind of like help promote it so people know it's there. And Martin Entwistle was there. He did mention the pilot program and how exciting that is, and it's going quite well. And then some of the staff from the Wellness Center did mention how they have a very close relationship there in Georgetown with our hub services at the library. So I think that because of the Divide and just the remoteness from Placerville and services down here, I think that's why, when I keep continuing to advocate for our hubs and the sustainability, this is why that system of care is so important on the Divide. And so I'm going to continue to be a strong advocate for that. It's very important. So, and then last week, also relating to our Commission on Aging presentation, all of a sudden I was made aware of the situation with the RV park. And so the new owners came in and it's not going well. And our big concern, of course, is creating a batch, like a couple dozen new homeless seniors, and we don't want that. So I've been engaged with quite a few folks working through that and see, I don't know what we can do, but something needs to be done to support these people, because if they end up being driven out of their homes, it's just going to put more, burden on the county and stress on them. So I'll keep you posted if there's anything I think you guys can do to help. And then last week, Supervisor Thomas, thank you for joining me on the EDOK, our continuing care, had a special board meeting to allocate some funding for the winter shelter. It was great to see them getting ahead of the game as far as that, but we did support the city's position, and actually they have an ordinance that says they can only have one shelter in the city limits, and we already have one. So we did support their position that the EDOK needs to be thoughtful in that as they move forward. They didn't have a location picked out yet, so everyone supported the funding for the warming shelters, and I think there's 2 in Tahoe, I believe. So but we need to be mindful of those locations, and they said they would keep that in mind as they select them. And then lastly, I did end up having a couple of meetings last week following up in our board direction from January regarding the Native Directions and Home CA substance use treatment centers. I think, as you all know, that's a very sensitive issue, and I do really appreciate your support in allowing me to take the lead on that, since it's within my district and it is such a sensitive topic. But I am keeping in touch and following the board direction that we started upon in January. So thank you all for your support.
Very good. Thank you. Supervisor Lane.
I'll just mention briefly that tomorrow we're having a parking subcommittee meeting again on the concept regarding Emerald Bay. I had a lively conversation with our Director of Department of Transportation, Mr. Martinez, yesterday, and I was able to bring him up to speed, and he's very excited that we're tackling this and is going to be lending his professional services where he can. So that was really great. I thank the CAO's office for bringing folks along in that regard as well. And Mr. Kickert is part of the subcommittee along with Caltrans and California Highway Patrol. And what we're talking about is no parking and up at Emerald Bay for next summer. So stay tuned.
Wow. Thank you. Good luck with
Very
that.
wow.
Yeah.
That
Good
is a
luck with
big
that.
wow, yeah.
I don't have any news of county-wide concern, except for the fact I just want to give a shout out to all the agencies who responded so quickly to the Ridgeway fire on Sunday.
Yes.
I happened to be up in the Desolation Wilderness when we got the alert, and we came down the hill just as they were mopping up, and I mean it was so swift of a resolution to that fire, which was in 3 different places, right along Highway 50 and in the middle of, the Pollock Pines going to Cedar Grove in the Camino area. And what really stood out to me as I drove by that on Highway 50 was there were 2 places where the fire had burned from the edge of Highway 50 up the ridge there, literally near Ridgeway Drive. And it was a very residential area on the ridge. And yet, because of the vegetation management efforts along Highway 50, and I'm not sure if those efforts were part of the fire adapted 50, but all the ladder fuels had been cleared on those trees. And that made, I believe, it's all the difference in the response on that fire. So once again, just remain incredibly grateful for the really robust vegetation management efforts from our fire safe councils, from the RCD, and all of the agencies and entities that are helping us have a resilient community, because it appears that really made a difference on Sunday. So very grateful for that. Our CAO.
It's also related to fire, and I think a key component of responding to the fire is getting that information out to the public. So that was, we've now had 7 fires since mid-June, and we're not even to the end of July. So that's more than I can remember in my history. So please do what you can, and to the public, to sign up for RAVE, which is our emergency alert system, and to also sign up for perimetermap.com. That provides information regarding evacuation routes, evacuation orders, evacuation warnings. So the better informed and the more quickly informed our public is, the better our first responders can respond to these incidents. So if you need maybe information to push out on your sites or newsletters, let me know and I can have Carla work with you.
Can you just have her send it out to all of us?
Yep.
Let's just do that.
Really
Yeah.
So one
that
of
would
the
be
things I
great.
get asked
Thank you.
for is cause. We never get a cause, right? So what was the start of the fire? Was it human error? Was it a lightning strike? Was it an arson? And it takes a while to develop that, but people want to know, what is it that's going on in these communities that hasn't happened in the past? Is there something new there?
Is
right?
there a pattern?
Is there a pattern? Is-
I would
how do
agree
we
with
connect that?
Because there have been
Right.
so many so quickly and so early this year. There is a lot of
There's something
question
there.
about what's going on, and do we need to do some major big messaging to say, hey, knock it off, check your chains, or don't do whatever in your garage during, I don't know,
point.
but it does seem kind of odd this year. And so maybe if we can find out more about that and do some big messaging, it might be helpful.
I like that.
And thanks for Carla to put out about what I talked about is checking your barbecues, your hoses that come off your propane tank to your barbecues. Because, people they store them and they don't check them. They come loose and they blow apart, and then it ends up, that's what happened with that. I think that rim fire, I think is what it was, whatever it was called.
But even a spontaneous combustion because somebody oiled their deck and they left the rags out, and that's an awareness thing.
Yeah,
People don't
yeah.
recognize that can start a fire. So
Okay.
knowing the cause will help.
Thank you so much. All right, with that, we will go back into closed session and hear the rest of our items. And so we will see you next week, El Dorado County. Thank you.